You let us know, Jessica, when we're good.
Good morning, everyone. Good morning, task force members. Welcome to today's meeting of the Harmful Algal Bloom Task Force. I am Kate Hubbard, I chair this task force, and I'm going to turn things over to Megan Abbott to conduct roll call.
Okay, please just say if you're present. Emily Cooley. I'm present. Sherry Larkin. Present. Steve Whiting.
Present.
Charles Jacoby.
Present.
Wade Dorch.
Present.
Barb Kirkpatrick.
Present.
Michelle Smith.
Present.
John Anderson.
Present.
Kate Hubbard. Rhonda Watkins.
Not present in person, but present online.
And Dwayne DeFries. Regrets.
Thank you, everyone. So today, just as a note, we are streaming to YouTube, and there will be a lunch break a little bit later, and I will just give a quick overview of today's agenda. We'll start with some updates and presentations, and just kind of going to our overall goal of looking at some of the progress that's been made over the course of a few years since 2021's last update that we issued as a task force. We have asked some of our presenters to give a little bit more comprehensive update than they might normally give, particularly our working groups. We will also then review some of the recommendations progress, and we will refer to the consensus documents that are available. We will have a break for lunch. At 1:30, we have the public comment period, and Megan, can you remind me how public comment is?
Yes, there's forms as you enter the room for any members of the public that want to speak. They'll fill out a form and provide it to Sarah to my right. And we are not taking public comment through call-in today, but there is a public comment button if you go to myfwc.com/HAB task force, HAB task force, and it will automatically come to you.
And just to kind of go back, one of the overall goals of this is to discuss some of the progress and recommendations that have been made previously, and to update some of those documents, and to have some discussions about where we're at right now. And again, there's a lot of progress that has been made, and we'll get some insight into that this morning. Before that happens, I wanted to welcome Caroline Gorga. We have been responding with a number of partners to spinning fish in the Florida Keys, and so we invited Caroline Gorga to give an overview. Caroline is our section leader of ecosystem assessment and restoration.
Thank you. Thanks for the time today. Just wanted to brief you on the abnormal fish behavior event occurring in the Keys. I'm presenting on behalf of a working group that's been working together since January to investigate this abnormal behavior. It consists of FWC, DEP, Bonefish and Tarpon Trust, Lower Keys Guides Association, Florida Gulf Coast University, and the University of South Alabama. So the abnormal behavior was first observed in November 2023. It's described as spinning. It's primarily in nearshore waters, started mostly in the lower Keys, but then started expanding throughout the Keys, or started being reported throughout the Keys. Since December 1st, FWC has received over 450 reports through the Fish Kill Hotline, and this is through assistance from Bonefish and Tarpon Trust and the Lower Keys Guides Association. In January, we began getting reports of small-tooth sawfish mortalities. It's possible the abnormal fish behavior and the sawfish mortalities are related, as some of the sawfish exhibited spinning behavior prior to dying. The number of confirmed sawfish mortality stands at 43. Approximately 20% of all the reports to the hotlines, including the sawfish hotline, documented low levels of mortality. FWC has seen a decrease in the reports to the fish kill hotline over the past several weeks. So for context, in March, we had about 220 reports. So far this month, it's down to 54. We determined dissolved oxygen, salinity, pH, and temperature not suspected. Necropsy data to date continues to show no signs of communicable pathogen, and tested specimens have been negative for bacterial infection. So the working group continues to investigate the potential role of harmful algal blooms and associated algal toxins. Testing of water and fish tissue have not indicated red tide toxins as a cause, and cyanobacterial toxins and saxitoxins also not been detected. Early on in the investigation, benthic and water sampling indicated elevated levels of gamberdiscus species based on comparisons with prior monitoring values in Monroe County by FGCU and FWC. FGCU did relay this week to the working group that their gamberdiscus cell densities from their March sampling trip are more in line with pre-event sampling. Other potential HAB species have been identified in benthic and or water samples from the impacted area, including Protoceratium reticulatum, Pyrodinium bahamens, Coolio species, Osteopsis species, multiple Prorocentrum species, and Pseudonychia species. The University of South Alabama and Dauphin Island Sea Lab have identified multiple toxins produced by benthic dinoflagellates, ciguatoxins, mitotoxins, gambarones, ocadaic acid, portamines, and other cyclic amines in extracts of water samples, benthic microalgal samples, and in clinically affected fish and algal extracts. And algal extracts have induced unusual swimming behavior in exposed fish. Further analyses to identify HAB species are being conducted at FWRI and the University of Texas, Austin. Further experiments are being conducted at Dauphin Island Sea Lab to determine which of the benthic algal toxins, combination of toxins, may elicit the abnormal behavior. Preliminary efforts in the lab and field have shown some of the fish return to normal behavior when shifted to clean water. So we've conducted the work, this working group has conducted at least over 20 sampling trips. We have over 250 fish samples and over 200 water samples collected to date. FWC is also working with the NOAA fisheries and participating in the emergency response effort to rescue and rehabilitate small-toothed sawfish in the Keys. You may have heard on April 5th, an 11-foot male was rescued and transported with assistance from Ripley's Aquarium to Moat Marine Lab for rehabilitation. And as of yesterday, the sawfish is alive and recovering. So that's some good news. We do have an event page on FWC's website, as well as Bow Fish Interpretive Trust has their page as well for more information. Although we're seeing a reduction in the hotline reports, continuing to go out, continuing to collect samples, and continuing to process those samples and try and find that cause. Any question? Or if I
Thanks so much, Caroline. That's great. No, it's a really complicated event with a lot of different people involved, and so I just really appreciate the overview.
We do have a question from Rhonda.
Hi, thank you so much, Caroline, for that update. Did I hear you correctly that there were algal extracts that have induced the spinning?
Correct. Yes, Allison Robertson at USA has I think conducted at least one attempt at that.
And do we know what those extracts were?
It was a combination. No, we're
okay.
Did she relay that yet? I don't think so. I think it was just she concentrated it and then continuing to try and identify.
Okay. And I'm wondering the decrease in calls might just be that people are tired of calling it in every day, because I know my contacts down there are still seeing it on a daily basis.
Yes, they're still seeing it. I'll say when our staff went out a week or so ago, we did have some challenges finding spinning fish in the areas that we're often pulling samples. Mm-hmm. So it is still happening, but a little more sporadic.
Okay. All right. Thank you so much for that update.
Yes, of course.
Again, thank you. Several questions. A quick answer probably. Have there been any human reports or surges in people training?
Yeah, I can answer that.
Yeah.
So we have been working with our epidemiologist at FDOH. We haven't seen an increase in cases, either ciguatera cases, seafood illnesses, water illnesses. We haven't seen an increase.
And I did forget to mention, we notified Department of Health back in January, and so they.
Second question is whether there's been any histology or pathology done on gills and other tissues that might tell you something.
We are still working through that.
And the third, I had heard that this was extending all the way up on well past the Keys, even to Boynton Beach. Is that true?
We were getting a handful of reports there. One including in Boynton Beach, I believe that was a sawfish. It was very, very sporadic, and we haven't received reports since. I believe there was some effort to go out in Biscayne National Park to look. I don't know if that actually ended up happening, but it's predominantly Keys focused.
I think the report of the sawfish was spurious. Someone just saw a sawfish spinning. That was really the only report all the way up north.
So that was the furthest north, and then there were a handful of maybe 3 to 5 reports of spinning fish within Biscayne Bay. That from what I got this week from the Fish Co hotline it was from Key Largo South. So we're continuing to work with and have met with that science coordination team. So they are aware of what's going on and keeping an eye out. So just really requesting, I know there's fatigue in reporting, but it's really important to get those reports in.
How widely did the sawfish range? I mean, could that have been just one sawfish that happened to make it up there?
Right.
Usually, yes.
I will add a note, NOAA's event response put in funding early on.
Still working through it. Okay, fantastic. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Okay. Well, now we're going to move into some of the more detailed updates from our working groups. So we'll start with Chuck Jacoby for the HAB Communications Working Group.
Do you want me to forward your slides for you, Chuck?
Sure.
Or you can come stand up.
Either way, you tell me what to do. I'll just follow orders.
If you're tripping. That's the media. Your call. Here, I'll do it this, that way you can be on screen.
Want to go for the slideshow version?
Yeah.
There we go. So yeah, this is the communications working group update. So just to remind everybody, next slide. See, it was a good choice right there.
Yeah.
Yeah, there we go. So this is what the communications working group is meant to be doing, right? So issues that arise from the task force and others that deal with communication, that they kind of go to the working group for being addressed by the full suite of members. We also do consult on related initiatives. For example, the grant program, particularly if there are proposals that deal with communicating. And again, we're focused in on the sort of public communication plans, educational campaigns, not the sort of management and response side of things. Okay, next, yep. So there's our august body participants. And again, it's it's fairly widespread, so different levels of folks. And yeah, people are volunteering their time. They're doing pretty well. Next. This is kind of a timeline and the list of things that have come out of the working group. So early on, we tried to develop a list of primary points of contact, places where information could go, who get a lot of questions or interact with the public in a lot of cases. We went through the variety of frequently asked questions that are out on various websites and are working our way to try and sort of smooth them, as it were. Get some consistent terminology, make sure that we're all kind of using the same word for the same thing and different words for different things. And that's an ongoing thing. That particularly is the second bullet. We have a draft social media plan that we're working through to think about, how can we get this out there via social media, the information that's important. We did develop a set of rec cards, and those are available in 8 different languages. You can find all this through the FWC website. There is a sort of draft website remodeling that we worked through, and that should roll out. We've developed a couple of different videos. The Red Tide video it's kind of the Red Tide 101. So again, these are short sort of videos. We're trying to keep them as short as possible. They have a tendency to drag on, but we're trying to keep them short. And they're also available in segments. So we tried to make it so it was kind of modular, so you could pick a module and have a very short version that might be a teaser as it were for the longer video. So the Red Tide video is out there. There's a seafood safety video, which again is done a similar sort of way. And they're also available in at least 2 languages. So Spanish is the one that also are in English. Working on a draft education module, and comments, yes, are due to that young lady over there by the 1st of May. So anybody out there in the working group like Rhonda listening, get your comments in. And the next video that we've been working on is what we're calling navigating resources, which was a little bit challenging to try to have something that would point people at where they could find information that didn't have so much detail that it went out of date the day after you released the video. So it's just kind of trying to walk this fine line of, this is where you go, and this is the kind of thing you'll find. And again, it's focused in on the things that we feel are the most stable. So again, it's heavily sort of based on the FWC website, where we don't anticipate things. The website may get updated, but the content will still be available. Next. So we drew a lot of our priorities from the work that was done by the University of Florida and Sea Grant, where they did a lot of work to kind of lay out the framework for a communications plan. And so out of that came a bunch of different priorities, and we've attacked the batch. These are some of the ones that we're looking to attack in the future. Some were kind of sequential, so you had to have thing 1 before you could do thing 2. And so the list here, you can read them, I'll read them to you. But, again, going back and kind of trying to get terminology for consistency and so forth, as well as trying to remove hot button words. So trying to be as politically correct as we can when we're talking about things. So, for example, citizen science will be replaced by something like community science. Looking to establish communication with the seafood and restaurant sectors, so that information can flow to those groups quickly, so that they can have what they need to deal with the public. Trying to generate what we're calling here a list of actions that are kind of everything from sort of self-efficacy. So if there's red tide, don't and you have asthma, don't be spending your time on the beach. All the way to things that you can do that will help in the bigger picture, because we understand the system needs to be healthy, let's call it. And so what can you do to help with that? Working with the HAB Health Working Group to try to craft a statement about chronic exposure, which is, again, one of these sort of knife edge kinds of things, right? Because there isn't a lot of information about chronic exposure, but we want people to understand that people are working on it, that we're trying to develop insights into what goes on. And then there are regular calls, and one of them is a weekly call, and we're looking to try to make that information available more widely than just the sort of participants. And next. The next video is one of the ones that poses some challenges, which is why it kind of slid a little down the line. So we're right now in the midst of sort of gathering input. So again, people have input on how nutrients in this various systems and the red tide interact with each other. Feed that in, and we'll roll that into the mix. But the concept of video is, to address this question of what happens with nutrients from those activities at times. Keep our primary points of contact updated. Again, keep working through the frequently asked questions. We also started to create a sort of a list of things that we're calling truths and myths. So, you get a lot of stuff that you hear and, it's just not at all accurate. We want to try to gather that up and, make that available to people and say, look, this is why this is true. And this is what's true. Trying to work with interagency planning and response, and I think Megan will have the update on a fair bit of that. Eventually, once the website's up and running, we'll keep going back to the analytics to try to figure out how well we're doing in terms of reaching folks. Continue to work on that terms of things to use and avoid. The proverbial signage issue of how do you do signage? Who puts it up? Who takes it down? Where did it disappear? What's on the sign, etc. Working again with others on the training. So more training for veterinarian medical professionals about what some of the symptoms might be when they encounter issues with conformal wounds. Trying to get that messaging for chronic exposure. What do we know about it? What are we trying to learn about it? And again, that's contacts with the seafood and restaurant industry. And I think that's it.
Thanks so much, Chuck. Any questions for Chuck?
Could you speak a little bit about the trainings for veterinarians and medical professionals?
So, we're not alone by any means to do that, but a lot of the issue is that people don't know what they're looking at. So the complaints come in and they're moderately trouble breathing, and how do the professional know that might be red tide exposure?
So are those happening now?
We have a veterinarian epidemiologist at FDH who is out conducting trainings to veterinarian groups right now.
Sorry.
Yeah, go ahead. No.
So we've also been working with the same group, the veterinarian at DOH. And in the past, I've worked on the health side of things to develop diagnostic, like user-friendly diagnostic tools for those primary caregivers that might not be as familiar with things that happen, especially depending on, like, if it's a visitor and they're reporting outside of normally impacted regions. And so we've been working with the veterinarians to try and get towards a definition and basically.
That's not usually the first thing that comes to mind. Animal. Educating them that could be a possibility.
Is that happening for humans too? For medical?
Well, the trainings haven't, but the development of some of those tools. So in front of you, you'll have, which is also available digitally, resource guide for morphological blooms in Florida. And one of the appendices a quick reference guide, and that was designed specifically for practitioners and mind what you might see in terms of well, I think it's also not shellfish, but toxins, all the toxins in Florida, how it might present, and what the treatment suggestions are. So the training is to build off those kinds of resources and used to call it, the dog and pony show to go, like getting it out there is the next step. That is part of why it's a bullet on the list. How can that be developed into modules and disseminated to the communities effectively? But the vets have made really good progress. So usually we thought it might be humans first, but I think we might follow the vet. Like humans will follow the vet because they've done such fantastic work in developing science.
Before we move to getting an update on our health working group, any other questions for Chuck?
Thank you, Chuck.
Welcome, Rhonda.
Chuck, thank you to all the members of the HAB Communications Working Group. As Chuck said, they're volunteering time and really helping provide a lot of different points of view necessary to make these tools, I think, appropriate for a really broad audience. So.
I don't want to, sorry. I just had a thought too. The part of the video development is, the strategy of the communications, everything, as we know, everything's integrated and crosses over. So there has been talk about the distribution of the videos too. Like right now they're accessible for media and things, but are those the kind of videos you might play during an event in the waiting room of I was going to say primary caregiver, that's not right. A general practitioner or urgent care. So sorry, that was the second.
Yeah, so again, I think a lot of what the workers are trying to do is develop tools that people can use. So with the rack cards, for example, one of the ones that I think Rhonda came up with was like a business card, right? Because you can't have people on the beach carrying around a stack of rack cards. It's not very convenient. But the business card, then it has a QR code. It takes you to the rack card. So, you can say, hey, if you want to know more, take this. So, again, if there are outlets, and, that was a little bit with the training as well. We know what organizations who are interested in areas, give them some tools, and make sure that they know how to use it. Same with the K through 12, we're looking for partners who do that because the working group people don't tend to. So.
And then on the other hand, the rec cards could be placed in doctors' offices, vet clinics, yeah.
Yeah, so they can be distributed.
Mm-hmm. Sure. Do you want to do the same?
Same service.
Yeah, if they need to.
So now Emily Cooley will give an update from the HAB Health Working Group.
Yep. So I don't have a cover slide like Chuck, but I just will dive right into it. So as you can see here on the screen, I listed off our current members of the HAB Health Working Group. It includes a lot of members from a lot of diverse backgrounds, ranging from state agencies like DOH, FWC, universities like UF and UM, a lot of scientists and researchers. Most of these individuals have some background knowledge on HABs. And so, and then I'll point out to you, as we were just talking about veterinarians, so Sherry Casper is our veterinarian epidemiologist for FDOH. So she joins this group and gives a lot of good input for the veterinarian side of things. It's waking up.
Your witnesses.
Okay. So I just went ahead and included a quick overview, background information on the HAB Health Working Group for anybody who hasn't heard of it before. This group was established to take an active role in addressing issues as identified by the task force and also the Florida Department of Health. So this group is led by Department of Health with collaboration from FWC, FWRI. And like I said before on the previous slide, representatives of government, scientists, health providers, and all with HAB expertise. The goal of this group is to serve as consultants to identify research needs and associated improvements to surveillance, reporting and education methods that will contribute to the education and reduction of negative health outcomes related to HAB exposure. So just wanted to give an overview kind of what the group is doing. This group, I think, was in existence years ago, and then it kind of faded out. And then we reestablished it back at the beginning of 2023. So a lot of what we've been doing has just been within the last year or so. So an update from our previous meetings. So the HAB task force meeting that we had last for this group was back at the end of January. And then we had a HAB health working group meeting at mid-February of this year, so not long after that. We hold our meetings quarterly. Our next one is scheduled for mid-May. So as part of our mission to kind of share HAB health research going on around the state of Florida with our working group members, we've been hosting different research groups to speak about their studies for the past couple of meetings. During our last meeting, we invited Kim Poppendorf with the University of Miami to present to our working group members about the long-term HAB exposure health work that they're doing at University of Miami. They have a project, it's called Dispel. They have a great website which really details everything that they're doing. Dispel stands for Diversity and Innovation and Screening and Prevention of Exposure to the Long Term to HAB harmful alcohols. And so they have, like I said, a great website. You can check it out. It has a lot more information. And our group seemed really appreciative to learn about the research that they're doing. And so we had that presentation. After that, we held a discussion among group members about this chronic HAB exposure draft statement that Chuck mentioned. Just as a refresher, we developed a statement a couple of meetings ago within our group, and this was at the request of the HAB Communications Working Group. So the chairs of the HAB Health Working Group, after the HAB Health Working Group members drafted this statement, we took a look at the statement. We made some slight modifications, and then we reintroduced our statement back to our HAB Health Working Group in the previous meeting. The group members talked through some of the changes and offered their suggestions. Our goal with this statement basically was to generate a broad statement that could be flexibly used by a wide range of groups and agencies in Florida if they were asked about chronic HAB exposure in the state. So we generated a very basic statement to start off, but we kind of planned to also have a follow-up statement with a bit more detail, which would include things like research that's occurring in Florida. To my next point. So we also worked with our group members to try to gather somewhat of an inventory of the known and current pending HAB health research that's occurring related to HABs in Florida. We held a roundtable discussion with our group members where we asked each of their thoughts and asked them to provide some brief information on projects that they know about that are occurring. We have compiled this list into our meeting notes. So we're hoping to kind of get this together as a way that we can just have a one place that we can find a majority of the HAB health research that's going on in the state, so that we can share that with others, and that also there's not the same idea that's happening at the same exact time. So one more thing is that for the past couple of meetings, we've been reviewing and modifying a running list that we have going of occupational HAB exposures. This is a working document. It's shared among our group members and they can contribute to it. It includes information like potential routes of exposure that could happen, common HAB toxins, the toxin type, possible signs or symptoms, prevention, PPE, guidance. And we also included the occupation category of who might be most exposed. So we have a section on there for blue-green algae. We also have a section for red tide, and then we decided recently to start including a section for sargassum. So that's just a little bit about what we currently have going on in the HAB working group and some of the upcoming things that we're going to be working on. So like I said, our next meeting is scheduled for mid-May. We hope to solidify that draft statement for the long-term health effects of exposure to HABs in Florida. We have already kind of introduced that a little bit to the HAB communications working group. We got their input and we'll bring it back to our members in the HAB health working group to ask their thoughts one more time. We're also going to continue adding to our list of HAB health research that's occurring in Florida and compile as much as we can with that. And then we want to keep reviewing and modifying our continual running list of the occupational exposures to HABs in Florida. That's it.
Much, Emily. Any questions for Emily?
I actually have a question not about the committee's work, but one I wish I had asked about spinning fish. What are you advising people about swimming in the Keys? I've been asked that question and I wasn't sure how to answer.
Yeah, so because of the information that's coming out, we haven't put any official advisories out for swimming. Typically, specifically from where I work with harmful algal blooms, consumption, things like that. We have a water section within FDOH that does issue advisories for swimming areas and beaches in Florida, but those are mostly based on fecal indicators. So they would be the ones that would have the most information on that at the time. We've been keeping up and following. Caroline's been keeping us updated. But most of what we're looking at is fish consumption right now. It's hard to say.
It stumped me, the question.
Yeah, it's very hard to say.
Think about the fish responding to something that potentially is dissolved in the water. Why isn't it something that we worry about for humans?
It's hard to say because we're still learning what's going on. Yeah. Sorry, I was just going to say that always, within Florida, we always say that it's best to take caution. And most of what we give is guidance and recommendation until we know exactly what's going on, until we have the data.
Yeah, I was just going to ask, so it's only been, it's cartilaginous, it's bony fish, but also elasmobranchs, right, that have been affected. Any manatees, none of that reported. Just curious. And then I guess my overall concern, I pulled up the Dispel website, and it's primarily looking at cyanobacteria. And I worry about mixed messages here when, what are HABs on their page right here? It's clearly talking about fresh water. It's linking nutrients. It's sort of all the things we are uncomfortable saying with Corenia. So I just worry that we're going to, when your vision statement had HABs, that we're going to mix messages.
Purple green algae.
Yeah.
And I guess they made it pretty clear whenever they presented to our working group, what their project is focused on for now. But I see that point, because some people, you group HABs all together, right, versus which one are you looking at, or both.
I think in terms of the type of work, it could be applied in a red tide framework, but the messaging obviously would be different. And I think that's some of the value in seeing a group that's done so much, and trying to think about applying that to some of the other HAB issues that we have.
And that group is, we get legislative funding from the state, for Department of Health, for Department of Health to be able to give out. And so years ago, that was established before I came along. That group, that funding was established with that group.
And so does their budget go year to year with the Florida budget, I assume?
Yeah, they have a renewal each year. We never know if we're going to get it or not. Right. I think at the time when that was put out, it was said that it would be for 5 years, and this is the end of the 5th year.
Okay.
We've been watching to see if we're gonna get it again. It sounds like that we are.
Yeah.
We're hoping for the same amount, but we'll see.
Yeah. Okay, thank you.
Yeah.
Any other questions for Emily? Okay, well, I just want to say thank you again to all the members of the HAB Health Working Group as well, who also are volunteering their time, and just kind of point to the successes of both of the working groups and how that is, I think, a really nice offshoot to help deal with really targeted recommendations that come from our group, from the task force. And so just want to say thanks again to our presenters and to those working groups. And now we will switch to Megan Abbott, who will present on the Red Tide Response Planning Committee and some of the progress that's been made there. You want me to run your slides?
Yeah, you can sit down and speak.
Okay, so as Chuck mentioned, on the communications, the working group is focused on largely public communications and education, K-12 education and public education, including those working collaboratively with the health group or practitioner and visionary training. But there was also a recommendation in from the task force to develop collaborative, cooperative, statewide responses to harmful algal blooms or red tide events, and it had 5 sections, I think, to it. So we did also form a working group for that. It is, let's see. Oh, here's the language in the statute for the harmful algal bloom task force, in case you know, but we would develop recommendations implemented by governments to respond to HAB. So it's actually been in the statutory for the harmful algal bloom task force since the onset of it. But the recommendations that have come forward from the task force in both working groups and the management response section, specifically, there it is outlined. Very detailed. Yes, 5 sections. So tiers of event-driven monitoring, communications during response emergencies from the local level to the federal level. What are the triggers? What are best practices? And what are the ways to garner resources? So it's pretty heavy and it's pretty multi-layered. And the idea was how can we start addressing this and best address it? So for this working group, it's actually an interagency planning committee that was established in 2021, and they've been meeting regularly to develop that strategy, and in 2022 initiated some tabletop exercises, and I'll just walk through that. So the planning committee involves all agencies that have some role in management response to events with FWC. And there's some key outlines there, and the Florida Department of Agriculture and Consumer Services and the Department of Health, FDP, not minimizing their effort, is that we do know that they're largely dealing with freshwater events, but when it comes to red tide response, because that's the focus of this exercise, that is that the funding when it comes to beach cleanup and those resources that are needed for local and county governments go through FDP. So that is the planning committee. And what was the strategy? So when we think about what was the best way to go forward this, we really actually leaned on the Florida Department of Health, the emergency response team, to guide us through. So if we were going to develop an incident command type system, or a customized version of it that would apply and work effectively for red tide monitoring and response, what would that look like? So they've been guiding us through the development and actually delivering tabletop exercises. And this is from the HAB Health Resource Guide. What do we have to think about when we're thinking about red tide response? So obviously it's really complicated in terms of all the different dynamics and different messaging and risks and response that could be happening. So they've developed the exercises develop scenarios, and the scenarios build through an event that essentially, so we start what happens when it's beautiful out, and then notifications. I can't give you the details because it would let the future managers who are participating in them know what to expect, and we like to have them in real time. So building through what happens when this kind of notification, this type of report happens, and then all the way through the cycle to return back to normal. And so we drafted these scenarios, and before doing any tabletop exercise, we reviewed with high-level managers from regions. So when we've done the tabletops, we've broken it down by impacted regions, so we just have a couple counties at the time that you may have the most familiarity, starting with high impact areas along the western Florida coast, and our way through that and in the Atlantic. So we draft scenarios, review with those managers in case they have local or county level plans in place where our scenarios don't quite match what they have, or they might have an example of a scenario that is fitting that they can test how it works. When we're designing them, part of it is not just to develop the resource, but to test the existing resources that we have. So in the HAB Health Working, in the response, the Health HAB Response Guide, we do have flowcharts and matrices of contacts depending on what kind of event is happening. So we have taken those resources, and when we're taking the information from the tabletops in response, we're testing to make sure that the way we have mapped these scenarios. So here's an example, are what's happening. So when we started the tabletops, before we moved to county and local, we tested at the state level. We had all the agencies participate, and invited managers, environmental managers, but also some of their team members that might have been sort of boots on the ground concept to go through and walk through these, and we tested to make sure that the state, how we have mapped it and we think previously identified as our contacts were in effect correct. And then we moved, like I said, to the county and locals, and same things, everything from anybody from those teams that might be involved in some level of response, we try to capture, participate in these, knowledgeable or not knowledgeable. And how do the tabletops work? So like I said, we're grouping them by impact regions. We started in this, I think we've covered Sarasota and Lee and Pinellas and Manatee. I'd have to look, sorry. We've covered a big chunk. On Monday, we're completing the rest of the Southwest, Central and Southwest counties. And following that, we'll move to the Big Bend and Panhandle region. And then when we get to the Atlantic coast, since it's so rare to have a current event there, we are talking about doing that more at a workshop form rather than virtual exercise. And so the ultimate goals are just to verify the communication channels that right now when we're responding to events, we know, you might pick up the phone and call Kate, you might pick up the phone and call Emily, but if I've walked into a position with the city of St. Pete Beach, what can I open up to know who to call and how to respond and what the tools are? So we're trying to identify the positions, the offices, and those flows so that when this end product is developed, people can just walk into a position and have some kind of knowledge about how to, who to contact, when to contact them, and how to contact them. So we're mapping that and obviously improving what is really well. So when the tabletop, as I said, it's a building scenario, we give the information, inject, people talk about how they might respond depending on what the information presented is. We move to the next one, repeat, and it cycles through. I don't know, it takes about an hour. It's a whole event with all kinds of possible scenarios. Oh, here's the counties we've done So we did the state level exercise, starting with that in 2022. Then we moved to Sarasota and Colorado in 23. We did everything else for Monday. Will be all the remaining counties. And the calendar, we are because the first ones took a little bit of while because we really need to test and make sure the scenarios were effective and they were capturing the information we wanted to when doing these exercises. But now we have successfully or fairly successfully finalized that format. We think we can complete all the tabletops by the end of this calendar year, depending on the workshop on the benefit. And the end product is this. So this is multi-agency guidance to red tide events in Florida. And this models after the same DOH model for emergency response they might use for hurricanes and for other events. So it's not that, it's a few pages. It should be simple to read. The appendices, even are small, they would have just the flow charts and contact matrices. These are also, I put on chapter 4 with resources in that guide that are being tested and mirrored in this document. And those are available digitally and they're updated in real time. So, not real time, I shouldn't say that. They're updated regularly because it does take some time to correct and format and post online. But going through these exercises, we did just update the contact matrices in the last couple of months. So those will be current in the print version and online in the next month. So, these are just kind of what's in the body of it. Their purpose, situation, assumptions. These are paragraph kind of statements, the objectives of it, and then those are the key resources that we have available. What we are not mapping this is what they're doing at the local level, what the county plans are, but we're trying to identify at that intersect of state to county. Is the communication flowing? Do they have the resources they need? How can we improve that overall picture of response? That's response. Thanks so much.
Any questions for Megan? I have kind of a question, but it's more for Dave. But we just did a blue-green algae sort of training with DP. I don't know if you want to just give a little overview of what that looks like, just to have another sense of how we prepare for a season, for example.
Sure. So how we prepare for a season starts a little bit before that training, because we reach out and make sure all our contacts are up to date. We have primary contacts for each of the relevant agencies that participate in the response. And then we have secondary, third contacts just as backup for that. So we typically are collecting that late February, early March timeframe. And then before we get too hot and heavy into HAB season, we do training for our samplers, and that would be our DEP staff to go out, water management districts, any of the county staff, or any of the city staff, anyone that we pulled in to our sphere of freshwater algal bloom sampling. And we give a couple presentations. Mine is basically covering the type of sampling we do, why we collect things the way we do, pointing to the statewide SOPs, which all the participants are following our statewide SOPs for how to do that sampling. And then we work through scenarios of you're presented with a bloom in this scenario where, is it a water of the state? Is it not? Have we been asked by DOH to do this? Is there a recreational area associated with a water body that's having a bloom? Is there a scum present or not? Does a recreational area, whether it's a boat ramp or a beach or whatever, overlap with where the scum is? So we're going to walk through a couple dozen scenarios and and say, you know, in each one of those scenarios, have a sample and the types of samples that we would collect. And generically, we're trying to collect representative samples, and that might mean we're collecting a scum sample. It might mean we're collecting a water sample, but everything that we're doing goes back to what is happening with the data that we generate when we collect those samples. So samplers sending it in, we're analyzing it, we're publishing the results on our HAB dashboard that DOH then goes to daily to update the local county health departments on whether they have a bloom in their area, whether we know if it's dominated by cyanobacteria that produce toxins or not, whether toxins are being produced, help them inform them on the type of notification that might be necessary for that water.
And so I think it's great to know that there are these different event response plans, and then also thinking about all the work that Megan's been leading with DOH, how that might be translated into something kind of similar, where as we sort of move towards red tide season, having the ability to pull together the people that are involved in responding so that there is that high level training and just kind of remind people the typical sequence of events and that we're here when, you know, if in case something is atypical as well. But I think that these are invaluable because we are crafting them together with sort of the end users in mind, and it's helping to establish connections even in that. But you know, hopefully that will again translate into better preparedness going into bloom season, and being able to provide this information even briefly, I think would be really, really helpful.
Yeah, and I think that's a good point, Kate, because in it being, you know, the focus of this is how to have that coordinated effort, but we have identified in it gaps that can help inform the other initiatives. So, for example, there's case definitions for NSP. That's a proven fact. We don't necessarily get any samples from it, but it's allowed us to work closer with our epidemiologists who communicate to rural health. How could they preserve samples that will help us? Because we don't know a lot about what is that consumption toxin level, right? And sure, we know it's NSP, but where's that threshold? And so it's allowing us to identify some of that, what Dave's talking about in his, you know, what are some potential sample information? So it's been very useful for a lot of friends, more than just a tool.
So it's focused on blue greens and certainly Corynea, but does it include the other HABs? Particularly, I think Sargasso might be somewhat different.
So with the these response exercise, because the task force prioritized Corynea first, we're testing these exercises for red tide response, and then we're going to tier the model down from that. And you know, obviously there's freshwater, there's different things happening. Freshwater goes, but the plan is to adopt the model and see how we can translate it to other apps.
And just to kind of add on to that, with the East Coast being more of a workshop, it's a chance to kind of build that in a little bit. And that's something that we've discussed just because that's more of an issue there, but less of an issue on the West Coast. And so yeah, trying to tailor a little bit, but the responses for the different types of algae are quite different. And sargassum is a very different yeast than red tide.
Yeah, so I brought it up.
Any other questions for Megan? Okay. Well, I will be giving a presentation on a Center for Red Tide Research. And
I got your slide.
So I wanted to give, just to start with an overview, we have the FWC Center for Red Tide Research. This was established in response to the particularly severe bloom that occurred from 2017 to 2019. And the center provides the backbone to enhance existing partnerships and develop new ones. We have over 25 interdisciplinary projects that have been funded thus far, and these have helped address critical monitoring, management, and research gaps. And they very closely align with the recommendations from the task force, and also, some of the recommendations coming out of the working groups. The Center for Red Tide Research funds supported the reactivation of the HAB task force, and then also some of the coalescence of Florida HAB. And there's a lot of partners involved here, and the partner network is ever evolving. And next slide, please. So again, the Center for Red Tide Research essentially serves as an umbrella for the HAB task force and the related HAB grant program. We also have cooperative red tide monitoring and research programs, and these are longer term programs that are led by FWC, MOAT, and USF. They're highly collaborative. We also have specific funded projects, and again, some of those are through the grant program. Some of the projects that come through the grant program that were highly reviewed, but maybe weren't the best fit or weren't selected, we may fund those separately, but perhaps not at the same scale. And then we also have a lot of federal partnerships and grants. And so this is a really helpful structure for building in new components, but also focusing on building sustained components that hopefully allow us to continue to build off of some of the initiatives that we've started. Next slide. So I just wanted to mention, we've seen some of the different products show up, and so they're all listed here on the task force website. And so there are the initial recommendations, and then the progress and recommendations. And so those are the two documents that have come out thus far that have really focused on some of the overall goals of the task force and also some of the progress that's been made. Please. And just to kind of give a quick overview of these initial recommendations, back in 2020, there were some summary recommendations that fell into 4 broad categories: public health, communications, management and response, research. And we will go through these in a little bit more detail, so I'm not going to go through them extensively right now. But if we think about the migration then to the next slide, where we have the 2021 document, we took the 3 top categories, public health, communications, and management and response, and we built research under each of those. And this is an example of the management and response research. And I had one, if we could just back up one slide. If we do read right now the research statement here, it says, it talks a lot about observations, improving forecasts, expanding management options, developing better models, better technologies. So there's a lot encompassed in there. And again, that tends to fall into each of these different categories. But one of the things that I think fell out with that translation was bloom dynamics. And there's a lot that goes into that. But I think that we may want to consider going forward, maybe revisiting that. So I just wanted to kind of point that out because that was something that changed between the first set of recommendations and the second, and just that recognition that research is involved in all of that. Okay, so we have, as I mentioned, right now we have 29 different projects that have been funded through the Center for Red Tide Research. These include projects that are funded kind of on an annual basis, and those are generally research driven, and we're writing a new scope of work each year. We also now have started to move and translate some of those from the research into monitoring. And so with that translation, we've also been more comfortable trying to put multi-year agreements in place. And that helps provide both ourselves and our partners with a better sense of how to plan, and also when we're responding to blooms that we don't necessarily know when they're going to start, and bloom season aligns fairly well with the beginning of our fiscal year. It's really nice to be able to try to put some of these in place. My little symbols didn't quite come through, but with the map PC translation. But again, the goal isn't to necessarily read all of these, but the University of Central Florida is a good example where we've been working really hard on trying to use some new advances to try to get better detection, better genetic detection of Carnea brevis. This involves using methods that can go below some of our other genetic testing that we've done, like digital PCR. We've also started to then apply those to thinking about how to work with sediment, because we have an unknown life cycle stage for Carnea brevis, whether or not it is able to form cysts that reside in the sediment, and whether those cysts could potentially germinate and be a source of new blooms. That's something that we're actively pursuing. And so the University of Central Florida has been helping a lot with that. And we've been working together to try to figure out what the best protocol for isolating the DNA is. And at this point, we're working together to try to analyze sediments that we're now routinely collecting on some of the trips that we've built in to look more at water column dynamics. And so we're trying to mesh these and merge these and evolve as we go. So these different projects are broken down by our different partners that are involved. If we skip to the University of Florida, just pointing out that there have been several grants that have been funded through the task force to the University of Florida. We've heard from a lot of our different PIs that are shown up here at our different task force meetings over the past several years. But those include grants to look at how to measure aerosolized brevetoxins, how to quantify and communicate vulnerability or risk related to some of these events with an economics focus. And let me just make sure, because they moved around a little bit. Oh, and the development of a red tides communication plan, which obviously then translated into the communications working group. And so these are some really nice examples of some of the steps that we've made through funding these efforts, and then they've kind of expanded and blossomed, and some of them have been integrated into our routine processes. And I think that's really what we want to do. I wanted to point out another area here. We have included 3 different projects that have been focused on some of the marine and estuarine benthic cyanobacterial maps. There are public health concerns, communications concerns, management and response concerns. It's something that we're trying to address. In terms of how that may connect to red tide, one of the other things that we're looking at is their, how they play a role in terms of their ability to utilize certain nutrients, and whether or not they may themselves be contributing nitrogen to some of these estuarine systems. They will often sit in between some of the freshwater areas and the marine areas. And so whether or not this is a big reservoir of nutrients, something that we really want to explore more, but also whether or not they're potentially producing toxins or other things that we need to be mindful of. Simply monitoring for these is really problematic. We get most of our reports when they're floating at the surface and decaying, and that is a challenge both for identification and toxin measurements. And so we're trying to look more into how to monitor these events as well. So that's an example of something that spun up as a need. These events are getting more and more reports. I think we're having more and more reports coming in, and so it's just something we want to make sure that we are working on. There's a lot of different species, and generally they've all been lumped into 1 or 2 groups, and so that's also where there's a lot of research that comes into trying to identify them, identify their toxins. Yeah.
Question.
Yeah.
Is the research with the dipter, is that related to avian exposure to brevetoxins, or how does that, what's the link?
The fly? Yeah, so during the 2018 bloom in particular, there were a lot of flies associated with some of the rotting fish. And so there was a study here to think about, whether or not those flies were potentially accumulating brevetoxin, but also kind of thinking about potential mechanisms for how that might happen, whether those could be a vector to look at more in the future. to get some sort of indication whether or not the exposure is aerosol or through contact. So that was that
I
one.
was curious if they were taking up toxins, what was the bioaccumulation concern with it? What other, where was it accumulating to that's the concern?
I think it's more looking at it as a vector of how toxins are moving around.
Since we're asking questions about some of these, the first 3 or 4 interest me. How will you distinguish sort of dead detrital Karenia DNA life history stages with that kind of a test?
So this is just part of what we're doing, but we're also concentrating material and like harvesting that separately for additional genetic analysis, microscopic analysis, and at some point, hopefully germination studies. So far, we have only gotten a few hits in the sediments that we've tested. So we do want to make sure that, including something like a digital PCR method where we're able to run a lot of replicates per sample, it gives us a better sense of detection at those low levels. So that's one reason why, and it kind of helps set the stage for where to look. We're also dealing with a lot of different benthic substrate, and sand is one of the biggest ones, and that's pretty challenging to core. And so kind of working through, if we can get it, the genetic signal in the sediment, then we can revisit that area. We'll have complementary samples to be able to concentrate material.
Our work looking at molecular markers for fecal sources. We do a test that separates live from dead by doing a propidium monoazide exposure, and that binds up all the loose DNA, and then you lyse your cells, and that's from what we consider the live cells. So there are techniques out there for separating live from dead. I don't know if that would transfer across the Crimea, but
just sort of a science comment. I just learned something. The Chinese are the ones who, others have found Mikimoto DNA in sediments and claiming there's this hidden, I'm not even sure it's in their papers, but they've told me that it takes huge quantities of sediment to find just a little tiny bit of DNA. So I'm very skeptical, to be honest, of that being a true resting stage, given how many we find of so many other species. It's very much in the realm of where it could be an artifact of just, again, a detrital material, a dead cell or something, but it's not well known that the Karenia cysts that have been identified are so low in abundance. I mean, extraordinarily low in abundance.
And that's where trying to work with the models to do hindcasting from where we see cells at the beginning of a bloom. That's one of the ways that we've been mapping out our different coring exercises. But yes, and so when we're out there, we're still collecting water column samples, and that's definitely where we're spending most of our time looking. It's just one of those, whether or not it's a vegetative cell or a resting stage, there have been these interactions reported with the sediment, either for other Karenia species or crevice. So it's a continued area of focus. And the Eckerd projects on the next page, which are listed kind of in the middle there, we have been working with Eckerd, with some of the PIs there, to help develop different coring strategies, but also they're able to look at foraminifera and to detail those assemblages, and then basically they've been able to identify some different ecological indicators. And so thinking about matching that up with sediment type, and then also hopefully having some of this Karenia data layered on top. we'll have a better sense for how to proceed and again, how to translate this into more of a routine monitoring program. Right now, we've been trying to collect sediment on some of our routine surveys and provide that to Eckerd for analysis. And I think that's something that we'll probably start to provide to UCF as part of our next working agreement. And those are in, again, these sort of areas where the physics match out.
So it's a great goal to try to find that source. But a tough project down here. So, but if you can find it, a lot of things get easier, mitigation and prediction and all of that.
And that's really why we want to know. And we have Young Gang on the next page, but his project with his USF project, which is a grant-funded project, we are able to then work with the model to kind of go backwards in time, but now we're able to go forwards in time to see different populations, and we can see the whole shelf or just different areas, and we can modify growth rates, things like that, so we can get a better sense for testing a lot of different hypotheses. So again, there's a lot of different things. We've had presenters come for many of these. We had Angie Knapp present on some of the work that's being done in her lab, looking at isotopes. So just kind of getting a better sense. Florida Gulf Coast University, we have them conducting a similar transect line to what we're running up here off of Tampa Bay, so that we have some similar comparisons with our offshore data, and Moat is running a similar line in their area. And so it's, again, trying to build in these routine samplings every month and try to target the partners that are close by and that have working knowledge of the area. And it's been really great to see that develop. And it, again, allows us now to start putting into place multi-year agreements instead of the single-year agreements. Still contingent on state, but the administration of this number of projects is challenging too. So just something important to point out, and I've had a lot of help with that, and just a lot of thinking about how to get things out the door. Sometimes it can take a long time.
Yeah, so while we're talking about the process, so you don't do a call for proposals.
You do.
You do.
Yeah.
And you do peer review evaluation, or how does the process work?
So that's how a lot of the task force efforts
Right.
have been funded, and then some of these efforts come from proposals that were reviewed well through that effort. Some of these come from strengthening existing working relationships, like with FGCU. We had done some monitoring previously with them in a lot of different events, but being able to formalize a transect line in an area that is relevant for the modeling, and have that be mirrored by Moat and our sampling as well is really invaluable.
And then, I don't know how to say it nicely.
This is Center for Red Tide Research, so it's not just the HAB.
I get that. Yeah, I get that. So one of my other concerns looking at all of these is making sure the outcomes are published in peer-reviewed literature, so they're not lost in the gray literature, which I think is one of the challenges we've had for all the work in the past, is that it's been lost. Good, that's a start. Yep.
So as you might imagine, with a lot of projects that are either starting or last a year, or that are requiring kind of the spin up of new resources, new technologies, there's a lot happening. And so this is a list of the publications that we've had in the last few years that really go into some of the interesting results that have come from adding on a lot of different new work, new modeling capabilities, new remote sensing analyses, and some of the new measurements that we've done, like carbonate chemistry. And so we just had a lot of presentations at the Ocean Sciences meeting as well that focused on work coming out of this effort, out of a lot of those efforts. I believe that we'll see some of that coming up at the HAB meeting in Portland as well. And where not all of those will turn into peer-reviewed publications, a lot of them are. So, yeah. Oh, we go back one. So, and then I just wanted to mention, I mentioned this early on, here are a few of the other grant-funded efforts, including two that are ongoing, the model on the West Florida shelf, and then Dina Wetzel's project looking at shellfish decoration strategies. We are hoping to get her to present at a future meeting. She couldn't present when we had some of our other grants present. And then just to point out, we have cooperative programs with University of South Florida and Moulton Marine Lab. These encompass multiple projects, multiple PIs, and so they allow us to build in some of those research elements, but also some of the sustained efforts that we want to see happen every month, every other month. So it allows us to build that structure together. Okay, and then this is just an example of some of the progress where we've focused, and this is one of the task force recommendations, to look more into bloom initiation and other bloom dynamics with the goal of coming up with better forecasting tools, but also translating that for things like thinking about where mitigation might be most effective. And mitigation in that sense can mean a lot of things, from a treatment to considering how to best message for public health concerns. So, and this is focused on bloom initiation, but just kind of gives an idea. We've had 3 times more sampling days offshore in the formative region, and this includes vessel surveys. And we had 24 sampling days per year approximately before the Center for Tide Research was formed. Now we have 78 days per year. We are collaborating with NOAA, AOML to do bi-monthly surveys that encompass a lot of the Southwest Florida shelf area. We also have extensive glider surveys. We went from having maybe 1 or 2 glider deployments a year if we were lucky, to having, at least from USF with MOAT, we've had a long-term glider program and trying to really enhance that. This past year, we did not have a Crennia brevis bloom. You note I did not give an update on that. That's something that we're trying to look at with the center. There are a few different working hypotheses, and you know, being able to have this data, regardless of whether or not there's a bloom, is going to be invaluable for putting that into context. We also had gliders in the water pretty much the entire typical time frame where blooms might form. And so we were out there scouting, and I think that that's also really invaluable. We were able to notice a few anomalies that may or may not help explain why there wasn't a bloom. You know, there are a few things that we're looking into. It was an unusually warm summer. There was also some other phytoplankton blooming, and Hurricane Idalia happened right at the same time. Whether or not these impacted, there are different groups looking into different dimensions of this. We have a mix of day and overnight trips. One of the things that is great about the West Florida shelf is that you can go offshore in a fairly small vessel and get out to some of the furthest offshore areas in our formative region. So they're able to go 40 to 60 miles out on a day trip. And so those are some of those lines that I mentioned that we have different partners doing. We also have some overnight trips. We have a few that are targeted cruises, as well as those AOML surveys. And with that, we've been building in IFCBs so that we can map in near real time. So they're able to now use Wi-Fi satellite on the boat, and they're sending us images back in real time so that we have a map. We've had over 40 cruises. We have new classifiers. We've been working to try to get a better sense of how to estimate biovolume, but we also have improved classifiers for looking at different types of Crennia. So a happy vegetative cell versus a rounded cell, which we still don't know. You know, there's a lot of different things can induce cells to become round and change their morphology. So having that information layered on top of the environmental data that's being picked up on these cruises is invaluable. And then part of that also is that we're looking more at the rest of the community as well. So developing classifiers that are specific to our phytoplankton assemblages, and that is a fairly extensive process. It's something that hasn't really been done for Florida, but we hope that it will really help benefit some of the other new IFCB users in Florida, like some of the groups working in Biscayne Bay, and then FGCU as well. And, one of the ideas there is to try to build more of a state IFCB network, but that's still something that would be in the future.
FGCU, that one?
Yeah. And, as IFCBs are more broadly used across the Gulf of Mexico, this discussion has also come up with some of the RAs. And then I mentioned the inclusion of new parameters, things like carbonate chemistry, trace metals, nutrient isotopes. Those are helping us get a better sense of some of the dynamics of this organism that can form these incredibly large, long-lasting blooms. So from how they start, but also how they perpetuate and what nutrient sources they're using. So again, super, super helpful, and we're starting to see really interesting results that I think will translate into how some of these things could potentially be managed better. I mentioned the benthic sampling program already. So we have, again, some R&D for designing the coring strategies and then the processing. And we just had some tests earlier this week. We were out for a couple of days coring and broke the hydraulic system twice. So we are rescheduling the rest of that survey. But as I mentioned, we're also now having routine collections. And then I had mentioned this at an earlier meeting, but we had deployed some automated sediment traps that can collect over time. And we've been using that. We've been using the AOML surveys as a platform for getting those buoys in and out. So again, trying to put more things together. And I think that is a huge benefit of this program overall as it matures. There have been a lot of different model advancements. And at this point, coupling the ecological and physical models is helping us explore hypotheses related to plume dynamics. And then I mentioned we're using both hindcasting and forecasting to try to look at some of the transport pathways associated with recent blooms. Those include both the blooms that are sort of short-lived and well-behaved comparatively, as well as some of those longer blooms where we have an ongoing bloom during the window where typically new blooms would start again. We're also doing a really good job of tracking upwelling and kind of considering how that may contribute to bloom formation. And that's something that is happening also at NOAA. So it's been really, again, invaluable to have that information and to be able to use that to provide a little bit more of a warning of whether or not the bloom might start more in the order of a few weeks. And then we've also been doing, just again with bloom dynamics in mind, a lot of historical analyses. So we've been evaluating prior bloom events using new tools and data sets. And we just hired a GIS analyst, a data scientist to help migrate our database, but also consider how we can better use GIS resources for communicating. We have our daily HAB map that is updated 4 times a day, and it's been a huge resource. And so trying to build off of that to think about what other things we can build in without being confusing. Because if we start layering HABs, that can present a lot of confusion, but also concern if it's not done correctly. So some things to be mindful of. And yeah.
On the model, is that one of these NPZ type models, or is it Carenia specific?
It's an NPZ model that's been tweaked with Carenia specific parameters, and then we have an idea for some other things that we would like to build in, but we don't yet have a plan for how to do that.
Because, well, the other thing that's noteworthy, at least to me, is that haven't seen the word climate at all. I know you've got this incredible panoply of data and everything else, so you can start answering questions, but you haven't really funded a project, or is there anything trying to look ahead? I mean, this really warm year you had, 2023 record year, 2024 starting out the same way, that wonderful opportunity to really look at those questions.
Yeah, and so in the historical analysis, that's one thing that, you know, we're trying to get a better sense of the record. And one of the areas where we've tried to focus is really thinking about what data we have. Decent coverage 1990 on, but it really gets good, you know, maybe a decade after that, and we just kind of keep adding. So with that in mind, trying to get a really good sense of historical blooms has been a priority. And so one of the ways that that's been tackled is through looking at some of the remote sensing imagery, and it goes back to, I believe, 1973. And so there's a student at USF right now that's working on trying to complete that record. But two of the publications that I mentioned use MODIS and VIIRS to basically come up with an aerial plume outline, because in order to look at some of the variability over time, having different metrics that we can evaluate, and one of those is trying to think about what we can use to indicate bloom severity, and trying to move beyond just the samples that we have.
It's probably a question for Barb, but have you got a series of scenarios for the future downscaled appropriately so that you can, the same thing Susie Clark did up in the Gulf of Maine, just what types of temperature regimes, currents, things like that might then be looked at in a Carenia specific model, but
Yeah.
they need, but maybe your association is producing.
Well, and I think Cindy Heil's EcoHab has looked. I know we have a TAC meeting coming up in July or something, but because they didn't have a bloom last year, or we didn't have a bloom last year, they dug into some of that and looking at that. And as usual, we don't have always.
But they're also doing some culture experiments looking at temperature, because I gather the blooms have been occurring at temperatures well above what all the previous field data makes you think it would grow at. You probably can talk about that.
We had two summer blooms, you know, that two blooms that over summered, and so that kind of changes. Those blooms are very different in terms of the temperature that's associated, and even having blooms in the estuary in the summer where the temperatures are even higher. So there's that sort of factor that comes into play.
Is there much difference in the toxicity in the summer blooms?
That's a good question. I know that Rich Pierce's lab has looked into the different congeners, and potentially, you know, when the cells are stressed, they have different congeners. I haven't reviewed the summer data to see if those are, we did see a higher prevalence of rounded cells with some of the IFCB work, but trying to put that into the context of all the different things that were going on, we want to be really careful.
And were those rounded cells seen in earlier cell counts, or can you tell with when you're looking at preserved material?
Yeah, so our I could ask Celia to respond to this, but our taxonomists, or Stephanie.
Yeah. Did you see those rounded cells in the past, and is it confounded by using an IFCB versus looking at like? That's the question that you mentioned that we're still trying to understand. If the IFCB, by passing the cells through the system, is causing them to get stressed out. So sometimes we get samples that get stuck in Memphis before they reach us. Those samples do come with older cells that are expensive. So this is something that we're still trying to understand. But when they do round up, it's very clear that that's what they are, because we see the globules, we see the nucleus, so we have no doubt that round cells are coming against round cells. If they're getting rounded because of a natural stress or because of mechanical stress, that's something that we still need to sort out. Is it right? Makes sense? Yeah.
I think we've picked up the rounded cells on the HAB scope as well.
Yeah. So they are there, but why? How come they get stressed out? And the stress can come from different reasons. So that's why we have to be careful to try to put that into an ecological context, because there are some technical, mechanical things that we do.
But you were funding a project on holography, right?
We did, yeah.
And that would be one way of looking in situ without having any pumping or anything, right? They lower that
In theory.
instrument into the water.
Yes,
In theory.
the
Yeah,
resolution.
that was gonna be my question. How well is this auto hollow working?
I think that the auto hollow was designed, it was modified for Carnea, but I think that the resolution, like some tweaks would need to be made to the resolution to get it to the point where you're really.
But you can see round versus not round. Maybe.
I think so.
Be an
I
interesting
think so.
application.
It's hard to. I'd have to go back to the images. They weren't as clear as some of the other, it's sort of a different thing that you get out of it. It's not necessarily the 2D image that, and it has the same overall process where they do develop plastic. So, in theory, it would be feasible.
They're making fast part, have them look for round cells too. They may just be focusing on regular Carnea.
Yeah, at least for that initial set of testing that they did.
This is related here to physical sampling and analysis, but does NASA's new PACE satellite imagery, do we know yet whether or not that's a game changer in any way or not?
We suspect it will be, but some work will be needed. Yeah, I think that we have a long history of evolving algorithms for remote sensing detection at Cape Brevis and other things. So details to come.
Okay.
But that's also, we're having our long-term agreements with USF, long-term partnerships with NOAA allow us to help test those methods and even go out and do targeted testing if we need to kind of do paired sampling or something like that. So, okay, I'm gonna skip this, but again, my main point there, and I'm gonna skip next to the other two. I've gone through both of the examples, but we had. No, we're done.
We're done. Skip.
Stop. Those are empty slides.
Okay.
I didn't see anything.
There wasn't any. There was nothing secret. It was just in case different things came up that would be easier to present in a slide format. But again, I wanted to kind of highlight an example where I see a lot of the work that we've been doing individually, where it's really starting to coalesce. With the benthic sampling this week, we had Eckerd, UCF, and us out. And, I think that partnership will continue to go on and try to see what we can find. The methods that we're developing are translatable to seawater as well. And we want lower detection methods for seawater too, because searching for cells offshore is challenging. They're ephemeral. But yeah, so I just, again, wanted to give an example, but also to list the projects that have been funded so that there's a taste of those. And then I'll kind of pause and see if there's any other questions.
Always have a question. Do you have a state only annual meeting, like a Florida HAB symposium we do in the region, in the Northeast. And it's a very popular meeting, but it's a wonderful, with all these projects, all the interactions, it's a huge amount of potential to transfer knowledge, to transfer technologies. I think we need to do it every year or every 2 years. And luckily, up in our area, we have a 5-year, it's been renewed now, 20 years, NIH funding that allows us to run that symposium. But without that, I'm not sure how else it would happen. And I wonder down here what mechanism you could invoke, just if you don't already have it, to start something.
Yeah, I think that the task force and others have discussed that before, and some of the challenges are thinking about where to focus, because this has been sort of red tide centric, but there are a lot of other HAB issues, and so that changes the dynamic of a meeting like that. And even just thinking about the number of participants and the coordination, I think that one of the things that we have done successfully is work with Sea Grant, or have them lead a lot of it's a royal we work with having these state of the sciences. And I think that that's where both the task force and other parties have found that the kind of focusing on one topic is a way to bring experts in and to be able to really challenge that topic. With all the different things going on, without a theme, it might be challenging, and planning a themed meeting every year is also hard. But we've definitely chatted about having a Florida-centric HAB meeting. And I think that for right now, the targeted state of the science has still been super helpful.
I've been thinking that, so having the same problem myself, managing many projects, how do you keep all the moving parts in your heads? And at some point, how do you, I could see so many things falling through the cracks here in terms of getting it out and making it known what's going on. Because even though I'm in touch with a lot of things, I had no idea half of this stuff was going on. And it's pretty amazing what you all are doing. And writing this report that I've been doing, I tried to get as many things as I knew about in it, but I realized that half the things you all are doing, we didn't get into. And
it might even give you some of your peer review that Barb was talking about. Someone's got to stand up there and talk about their results in front of their peers.
Yep.
It's valuable.
Yeah, it is. And it's not that you all aren't doing it. I mean, you all are doing it a lot.
Rhonda has her hand up, sorry.
Yeah.
I can finish.
Yeah. I apologize.
Only because we're talking about money now, and obviously more money means more research and more results. Just going back to the spinning fish event in the Keys, is there any discussion about asking for a state of emergency to get more funding to find out what's going on down there? I mean, it's been several months, like half a year now.
So I don't know right now. Sort of decisions are being made with the budget, but I know that this issue did come up when the legislature was in session, and so $2 million in funding was dedicated for working through this issue at the start of the next fiscal year, and support has come out in a bunch of different ways just to kind of help sustain the current effort. And again, I'm not sure that that's totally cleared all the hurdles, but that funding was prioritized.
Did I hear you say that we'll put in funding or put in requests for funding?
Yeah.
That's response.
So do you know about our event response program?
But yeah, so I heard you say that at the beginning.
Yeah, so we gave GCU, 25,000 at the very beginning of the event. And I think it's gone mostly for analyzing the fish tissue, but also for getting out there and taking samples. I'm not managing it, so I don't know exactly what it went for. But that was provided early on in the event. And I'm sure now the cost has gone way beyond that, judging from what you were saying.
We are trying to provide some additional funding, irrespective of the 2 million, but just to help keep the efforts going. So I didn't add those to the list because they're not even.
Yeah,
we're working through details. But just again, trying to get us through till the end of the fiscal year so that we can keep responding the same scale. Any other questions?
Oh, I should know this, but where are we with the budget? Has the governor signed the budget yet? Okay, I know he has 21 days after it arrives on his desk.
I think he's making announcements right now about what's funding, sort of going around and sharing the results.
Our governor has line item detail.
Okay, well, we're a little bit behind schedule.
Oh, no. What a surprise.
I apologize. And so we have a few short updates. Do we want to do the break first?
Let's do those first so it doesn't confuse, because after we break, we're moving into the product, right? So then it's just a totally post conversation, just captures of progress.
They say 5 minute updates. So we'll do.
It'll be really fast.
I'll even look at my clock and kind of keep an eye on it. So the first update is an update on federal state of affairs, and I'm going to flip that over to Quay.
Well, this probably has to do with the interim assessment of HABs and hypoxia in South Florida. And the other day, Bridget sent me an email and said, it's about to be sent to Congress. We've got to get the permissions for the figures right now. And so I scurried around to get the permissions for the figures. And then she wrote to me and said, whoops, it was some young person who didn't realize that there's this whole long approval process. And she almost jumped over all of that. So it's still very near the beginning of that approval process. So I have no idea when this thing is going to come out. And it's going to be so out of date by the time it comes out that probably somebody in the approval process is going to say, well, you guys need to rewrite it, because that's what's happened with the the NAVON implementation plan. They sent back to us and said, redo some things because it's so far out of date. So that is all I can tell you.
And then just as a follow-up to that, we've been in communication with the IWG that is managing that effort, as well as Mark Greens at DEP. And one of the goals going forward would be to have NOAA leadership come back and present sort of the findings and overview of that to both of the task forces at the same time. So we're working towards that. Crossed. Any questions for Clay?
Yes. Thank you.
Then Megan will give an update on the HOPE initiative and just kind of a quick overview on what's going on.
Yeah, well, we're talking about legislation and funding. We know the Red Tide Mitigation Technology Development Initiative that's led by MODE is a statutory initiative. You have in front of you, and they're publicly available since January, the most recent updated report from them that's provided to the various directors and Congress and Senate in January of each year as part of the statute. There are really no updates since January, so I'm just going to defer to that. You want to see everything that's been checked, where processes, where projects are, the appendices in it outlines each project they've looked at. This table in there, that's in there, has the tiers, so it's a tiered process that each project moves through. So where they are in that tiered process from laboratory to, they call tier 4 commercialization, really tier 3, tier 4, in my opinion, fall to that because they're talking about that what now is potentially going to field pilot studies, so what might go to deployment. But I wanted to, so you have all those updates, those are there for you in the report. But I wanted to just also share that it was created, we're approaching year 6, so they did put in, there is a pending bill that's put into the House, and it's an amendment to the existing statute, and it does change it somewhat, and these are the highlights of it. It happened because when it was originally created, it wasn't really clear what projects would get or what it would look like. And now that it's at this potential piloting stage in the field, there's an entire permitting process. And coordinating that, because there's never been this kind of deployment of red tide technologies in these what that looks like. So the intent of this amendment was to try and help map out what that would look like. And these are the highlights from it. So the amendment essentially will require that MODE develop recommendations for deployment, what approaches the technology going out in the water, that they submit that report to the specific state agencies involved with responsibility for permitting, but also for the Fish and Wildlife and Waters, the ecosystem health, and that DEP then responds with an evaluation. It also removes the expiration date. This was originally a 6-year initiative. It is now 6, but it doesn't have a dollar attached to it in this revision because we're still in the 6 years. So the dollars from the 6 years are still there. So that's the verbiage. It's on the, you can just go to House Bill 1565 and read that for yourself, but I just wanted to make sure that everyone was aware. The bulk of the statute is the same, but it's just adding this process. Now, how can they be evaluated to go in the water? How was looking at that? And this is actually the wrong language. Now that I'm looking at that, I'm missing it because that has the 60 days. There is not that is not in there. So I apologize. That was an old iteration. Look at House Bill 1565 online. But that was it. I just want to draw your attention to that. And that also has to, it's passed both House and Senate, but it could be also vetoed.
But it was announced at some of the meetings earlier this week. So not funded, but announced.
Yeah. The governor announced it. So.
Yeah. And like I said, in this iteration, there isn't dollars tied to the dollars that exist from prior. So it already has its slated budget for this final 6th year. If we wouldn't know if it would be a whole new budget cycle to they're appropriating new dollars.
And I think I know the answer to this, but when you made the comment, there hasn't been deployment in marine waters, but there was in the 50s.
There was, well, yes. Yeah.
But I assume whatever criteria are required today wasn't, it's been a while.
I'm thinking that I don't know, I have to think historically, but was the Florida Clean Water Act and those in place? And I don't think so. I think they followed. Yeah, the 70s is what I have in my mind too. So yes, there was. That's it was an inaccurate statement. There has not been an initiative deployment of such technology and mitigation tools in recent years under current permitting. Right.
That's actually
legal structures.
Not quite true also.
Yep.
Because we've run 2 in right there behind MODE and about 1/4 of an acre or so and have plans to run more, and thought we had the approval. And the EPA and FIFRA has stepped up. That's the federal insecticide, fungicide, and rodenticide act, and everything we're talking about in that initiative is basically considered a pesticide, and EPA says they now. And so as much as we have DEP permits or permit exceptions, as much as we've got all local people in the cities agreeing to us, basically EPA said we can't do it. MODE says they somehow got a letter from EPA saying that they can test 2 or 3 of their products on a small scale. I thought I had that same approval in my project, and then someone higher up in EPA said FIFRA actually has a restriction on use of these materials in water where fishing or fish harvesting occurs, which basically is any water,
Yeah.
marine water. Yeah. So we're waiting to hear what's going on there. But the good news about the initiative, I've seen a nice maturation actually of that program and their focus. They have brought a woman, basically, I won't quite say on the payroll, but she's available to all of the PIs, consultation basis that the initiative's paying for, to help with issues with dealing with EPA and even thinking about future registration products. So that was I think a smart move, because many people are putting formulations together that this person, I've been working with it directly, would say it's going to take you 5 years and $5 million to get that through EPA as a registered product. You might well be able to get to test it, but to get a label on a container that could be sold is a certain products have a tortuous path, and other products a very easy path. So
I'll rephrase again. There hasn't been on this scale with this number of projects and this diversity of technologies and ready to be deployed at a similar time frame in the history.
You don't mean to pick you apart.
No, I mean, words matter. And I get it. And but that's essentially what the modification is, because it is such a new territory, and the scope of it is so different. To how do we navigate all these processes and layers? Well, with the concept of least harm, right?
Yeah.
And I would also say that I think Florida has led the way in this. And the HAB control hub that NOAA has set up would not have been possible without what Florida has done. And the work now that it's sort of the two are working together, I think it's going to lead to an improvement for the entire country if they can overcome these FIFRA issues. But that's, a separate question.
What's the name of the woman at MODE?
Oh, she's not at MODE.
Oh,
Her name
okay.
is Cindy
Consultant.
Smith. She's
Okay.
a consultant.
Uh-huh.
I just learned in the last week or so that I've actually been including her in a proposal I submitted and working with it for quite a while, and now MODE, and I hear the CTI are also talking about retaining her for advice for the PI.
Yeah.
Be an attorney?
No, she's just an she's got 18 years of experience working on pesticide permitting and registration for EPA. That's her expertise. Yes, she's the one that's been. She was at the last MODE workshop, and I think even.
Yeah, no, the federal incubator adds a really nice dimension as well. So it's great to have those two efforts kind of going hand in hand. Any other questions or comments before we move into a 15-minute break? Start the 15-minute break. Thank you. We'll be back at 11:15. Welcome back, everyone. So for the next part of our meeting today, we are going to move into a group discussion. This discussion will be mediated by Megan. She'll give a little bit of an overview about what we're going to be doing, but she has basically put together a framework, which is task force document 3. She'll be going through that with us, and we'll be providing those updates that we want to try to capture in real time. And I'm just going to flip it over to Megan so she can give a little bit more of an overview, not just about this meeting, but then also what we're going to descend into as the next step.
Yeah, thanks. So first, apologies. Our facilitator fell ill, so you're stuck with me. So I will do my best to walk you through it. But if you recall, the last decision why what we want to accomplish today was a third document, because it's been a while since a consensus has come out. This would, rather than have new recommendations, or that this would focus on identifying progress since the last consensus document and frame that in a really public-friendly, accessible way. So an abridged document of just progress. The last progress update was December 2021. We gave a lot of documents in front of you. I unfortunately don't have hard copies of consensus number 2. It's completely available online. So that is why, that's that little table. So that is why this tool, which has the language of those recommendations and the progress identified from the consensus document number 2. And in the abridged 4th column, if there was progress noted in the appendix of that, then just the number and the title of that is there. In each sort of table section, there's also printed copies of that appendix if you wanted to see what we said and what we provided. But the exercise today is to identify the progress there. So essentially, we're trying to fill in column 5. And how we'll do this is we'll have a group discussion now. I'll move through each recommendation. These are high level. We're not wordsmithing. We're not detailing what it is, because if you're thinking about a publicly accessible document, so there is source examples. We want these to just serve as tools to help remind us what our captures were, because we'll be writing at a later stage, drafting the document. So for example, that first one I put red tide videos. That is an update. If we know what those are, we can detail and provide more information on that later. But if we can just spend the first part this morning before lunch, going through them and brainstorming as a team, some bullet captures of progress that might have been made moving forward that recommendation. It doesn't have to have been progress necessarily made by us. It could be progress that you're aware of that someone else is addressing that recommendation. We'll want to capture who that is if it wasn't done through one of our working groups. In the afternoon, you'll have an opportunity to have more detailed conversations. You'll see our friendly local faces in the back of the room in 3 pods. So we will do 2 small group breakouts by topic. So as Kate mentioned, in the last iteration, we have communications, public health, management and response, and embedded in each research. So each pod is for one of those: communications, public health, and management and response, and research in each of them. There is a facilitator and a detailed note taker trying to capture the full conversations in each of those. You won't hit all 3, you'll hit 2 topics, well, a half hour each, and then we'll regroup, share those captures, see if there's any more brainstorming or items we might have missed from this morning, from those small group further discussions, and hopefully we'll walk away at the end of the day in that final discussion identifying who wants to take on some of the task of writing the progress for these different recommendations. So we have to do our work as a team in the sunshine, but we can identify those pieces. And what we've done with the past consensus documents is walk away with our homework. Those get sent to me, I compile, we meet again as a task force to review and discuss the next step. So that is sort of today, the goal is if we can walk away with enough information and resources to task out some homework to develop this third product, then people can do their work, and we'll meet again and finalize. Is that questions?
Meet again 3 months. When are we, how long between the exercise today?
Well, we have the next regular scheduled meeting, I think, is our half-day virtual. So I think we'd have to add one. If you wanted my opinion. Yeah. Because as we discovered this morning, we want to have the science conversations too. We don't want all the meeting time developed to just writing product. But we want to make sure that you saw from the updates this morning, so much has happened. How are we sharing that publicly, not just in the peer review journals, but making sure that the public knows since December 2021, we haven't just walked away. Progress has been being made. So I think that's probably where we'll get a lot of the captures this morning. So you're welcome. I'm going to pull up. I'm going to try and capture what you're saying in real time in the document. You have paper copies in front of you too. You can write on every note taken today. Every one of the discussion is on video. You know, part of what I'll do even if you get tasked with homework is get all those compiled and provided to you so that we have a good capture of everything. So if you want to write on your sheets, if you want to sneak ahead, that's fine. I'm trying to do my best to fill up this column as you speak. And just reiterating progress, focus time period, December 2021 to present. We might have missed something in that consensus too. We can go back to the original recommendations, but we're looking at the progress on since the recommendations were made by the task force. How have they moved forward if they have? Maybe they've been done. Maybe they haven't moved forward. Okay.
We could zoom on.
Yes, I'm gonna try and just. You might, if I zoom in on the final columns to fill it in, then someone's gonna have to reach that. Oh, that's pretty good. Okay, public health. So the recommendation area in the first column, that's that broad capture that were some of your recommendations that we provided in both consensus documents. The initial recommendation, so we did add the recommendations in the second one, so it could have come in the first one, but it all carried through to the second regardless. So the recommendation was that the Department of Health should collaborate with professional health associations to develop a training program for the state's healthcare professionals that improves diagnoses, treatment, and reporting of red tide and other HAB-related illnesses. I always call these action statements, but Chuck, what you can clarify what these statements are that we added in the second consensus?
Oh, the other column?
Yeah, I always call them action, but that's not the right term.
No, so yeah, I mean, the way it was laid out was there was a kind of a italicized, that first column was a quick summary of a bunch of paragraphs that will follow, right? So in a section that was trying to capture that. Then there were the recommendations, and then when we were doing the recommendations, there were a whole bunch of what I would call more detailed statements that if you tried to roll them all into the recommendation got to be, couldn't even read it anymore. It was just like comma, comma, comma. So we said, okay, we'll take some of those details, we'll migrate those over to a third column that says, okay, we used a word over here. This will explain that word, right? Or when we said that, we mean the following things. So those will give you a little more depth of detail from that second column, typically.
In this case, it looks like we wrote it in a way of what were the resources that would help accomplish this in some way, coordinate experts, stakeholders, and they updated resource guide and support the training. So we did provide an update in the second, and that was that we had updated and published the new version of the resource guide for public health response to HABs. I went ahead and gave examples of some pre-populated this column with some thoughts that I had that there have been DOH HAB health initiatives that could be more detailed there. Okay, and the red tide videos.
What about the working group?
Oh. I don't. I mean, I'll let, there are no ideas or wrong idea. Let's put them in.
Can always be moved.
Yeah.
Yeah, probably initially better to overkill
Yeah.
than underkill.
No ideas or wrong idea. It's a brainstorm. It's yeah. We'll take them all. Any? Yeah.
If they fit into multiple boxes, you want to
Repeat. Yeah. Because if you picture this, part of the thing we'll think about, how will we visually present this that in a tangible way that people can understand? And one of the things that will definitely come through is the icons will always repeat. And if you look at our recommendations, most have multiple icons. So we'll capture because it won't, you know, the document won't necessarily be presented this way. Maybe it won't even be presented. This is something we'll have to discuss. Won't even be presented by the same categories of public health communications and response. It's just, well, I don't know. That's all up in the air. That's all part of the follow-up discussion. But first, we need to know what we make.
Tabletop, we probably set like one box down. Now that I'm reading. Are they all
I got
together?
Emily, Dawn, then Kate.
Sorry.
Emily.
Are they all together or are they separate? So the recommendation, and it just says public health again, is that?
So if it says public health, that was the category in the consensus document.
Okay.
Then the next is the recommendation itself, and then the details of that recommendation. And if the next column is if progress was already reported, because the second one was update and progress. So it might have, the recommendations may have been new in the second consensus, or they might have had an update, or they might have just been existing and progress hadn't been made at that December 2021 point in time. But I don't repeat the category information again in the first column, but each time you see public health, it will be a new recommendation.
We'll top might fit under that next.
Okay, sleeping on the first row, Dawn.
Well, I think I was down in the rows below that, but I'm wondering, for example, where does this dispel funding go? Isn't it intending to help people that funded project, even though it was all cyanobacteria, but it wasn't the objective to provide information to help?
Yeah, there's a few different projects going on, but they were going on in 2021.
I think these are, oops.
But this is
So the
Still
DOH.
happening.
for 2021.
So the DOH.
Technically, yes.
So
Yeah, I mean, they were still going.
But if they were reported in the
the second.
then maybe.
Yeah. I don't think they were. And then once again, I think put a question mark or whatever, but it's probably best just to keep capturing everything because we can sort it out as we go.
The other
I'm gonna call and have health and safety.
The other question I have is, let's take something that doesn't directly necessarily fit, but your model is going to provide resources for public health decisions. So even though it probably belongs in the box down here, I don't know where it goes in the public health in these different boxes, but I would certainly put your whatever you want to call it, your
The index.
population dynamics model.
Well, there's the
Yeah.
oceanographic models, and then I think economic vulnerability model.
Okay.
Okay, but
I haven't skipped you, Dawn. Thank you. You're next. Oops. Sorry.
the other, I think, to
Oh my
improve
gosh.
signage and rack cards would be
As the tools for.
But they're hoping to provide that awareness that I think helps contribute to people reporting.
Chuck,
we're fine. I was going to suggest that it might be easiest if people went through the multiple second column entries for public health, and then we can then put them where they belong, rather than trying to go one row at a time. You jump, like the next one says chronic exposure, right? So that's where the chronic exposure dispelled probably lives best.
We can just add it there.
Yeah, but rather than just take a look at there's sort of 3 for each one, I think, give and take, maybe 4, 5 at the max, and just sort of get them in your head, and then we'll just plug them in, rather than trying to go row by row. Let's go here, let's go to the next one.
you have to help me though with my large navigation. Tell me where. That's
It typically goes
limitation is challenging. The process I agree to. Is everyone okay with Chuck's process? It will work for public health. It will likely work for communications. It will not work for management response. Okay, so we have a bucket list. The DOH HAB health initiatives. And some of these are embedded in here, like that's another category, but that would include the DOH funded projects that have health research inventory, which is being really done after that. They have health working group that was established. Are there other DOH health initiatives?
Occupational health. I don't know how to word it, but occupational health training. Yeah, we have slides. But we have slides where we've gone around and presented on occupational exposures to have. I don't know if that's in the last guidance or not. We got the press releases that you all are doing, DOH press releases or web resources. Yes, I just don't know. I don't know what's mentioned in the second consensus. I don't remember. So.
That came after.
Oh, okay.
Came part of the coordination document.
Okay.
So that was after.
Okay.
One. The rack cards that are in 8 languages, and I think we should capture that because that's important for the public to know that.
How do I get my interview without the fingers? Anyone who can do that?
Or
Like in the right bottom corner, right? You can change the view down there on one of those meetings. Oh, perfect.
Yeah. That's what I was looking for. Okay. So as Chuck suggested, some of these might fit in these other ones. So we'll just have them in front of you. But the second one is developing guidelines, protocols, related training for workers. So that's occupational. The first one is about training for people who might diagnose illnesses. And then the third one is framework for prioritizing associated health research, filling in the gaps. So
We don't have anywhere here the development of a biomarker of exposure.
well,
That still needs to be, that's public health research, yeah. Am I just jumping ahead too fast?
do we have that as a recommendation?
I think we do. But we should.
So we'll take that note. Sarah, can you make sure to capture that? We will revisit like new recommendations, so we want to make sure to capture those for future discussion. The next iteration of our priorities. Did I hear Dave?
In that second category, the EPI study for occupational exposure to cyanotoxins was initiated and it's ongoing, but that's not part of the spell.
Oh, the CDC one. Yeah.
Mm.
There's a partner in that, right? Or is it just
Maybe
Yeah.
who works with CDC? That what you're asking?
Is it just CDC? I feel like there's two partners. That's enough to know which one they're talking
Do you have a study going on with FAU? Yeah,
We can.
and then they contract out to ABT
Sorry.
Do we want to move some of these to these other buckets? Let's check suggested. So
I don't know if they
quite
move,
visible.
they show up in multiple.
Move or repeat, move or
That makes more sense.
move or repeat, either or, I will accept. Just guide me. I'm not making suggestions, I'm just capturing ideas. Signage and graph cards. Any other suggestions, ideas? Emily?
You know, our health cautions go out to the county health departments every day.
Is that, are you suggesting that goes in line 1 and 2, or row 1 and row 2, or just row 2?
Well, because I put the press releases, web resources, but that's what I was referring. Oh, yeah,
Oh, yes.
that's an outcome of the cautions.
Anyone else like to juggle, repeat, add? In a really short form. 1 is training, 2 is guidelines and protocols, and 3 is it's the research too. So 3 is prioritizing short and long-term health.
What about the thing with the training veterinarians and doctors to recognize cases? Well, that wasn't research, that's training.
It could fall under one of the work groups.
Yeah, that was the first one, I think. This is sort of like a test of the previous presentation.
We have time, like we're going to discuss it further.
This is pretty efficient, this one.
Thanks, Don.
We could stay.
I'm not sure why we break in.
Oh,
To be
well.
a devil's advocate, to break into small groups. This is working.
We have some tools. Okay, I'm going to move on. Time being one of them. And when we get to management response, you'll really feel it. Okay, communications. I don't seem to fit all 3 on. So I'll read all 3 first. We can go through the exercise again. You can let me know where you want your thoughts. So the first one is the HAB communications working group. should build on recent evaluations of existing communications to develop and begin to employ a strategy and associated tactics that enhance alerts and education related to red tide and other to enhance public awareness and minimize harm. And the details suggest that they would coordinate the experts and stakeholders for the strategy that will outline to identify those hazards, convey risks, deliver alerts, long-term campaign to increase awareness, understanding, and safe behavior across all age groups and demographics, create a repository of those resources, and the full feedback loop to constantly evaluate and improve those, basically. I am taking liberty of language since we're not words. So, number 2 is all the state agencies and the HAB Communications Working Group and other partners who responds.
Whose response?
Oh, no, they might. Whose response to red tide should build on. Interesting. That, I mean, I don't know if that's the typo in the book or on me, so I'll have to check that. Response to red tide should build on the Protecting Florida Together dashboard and other trusted sources of information. This has more effectively, efficiently, and comprehensively, so that people can access the information they see. The detailed statement that evaluates with a network of websites is to provide timely, accurate, and comprehensive information on the status of HABs with multiple levels tailored to different groups of stakeholders. So that was the discussion saying that if you're a manager, what do you want? If you're a beach goer, what do you want? Same way Kate talked about all the HABs on point. You don't need all the information. And the third is the research that the HAB Communications Working Group should collaborate with experts to develop a program that will evaluate the short-term and long-term outcomes of communications. Improvements, ongoing evaluations are critical to approaches to improving communications. I did put in there that it didn't come up in the overview, but the initial red tide video we did to play with 2 things. We did a survey that was distributed through our networks, and then we did a quasi-experimental version that we helped Qualtrics, what we used with Qualtrics to get basically, it's about 491 participants, half Florida residents, half outside the state, and we did control experimental groups to evaluate. We didn't get to the point of behavior change, but we did look at did they like it and did they learn from it with a kind of general measures. So there's that. We're working on writing that up now. Rhonda? Yeah.
DEP, FWC, TOH, staff, the ACF, the HAB Communications Working Group, and other partners to respond to red tide should build on the protecting.
Who responded? She said that's what's in the public version.
Yes, that's in the document.
Okay, thank you. Just trying to identify who's.
We can take your product list on your slide and.
Yeah, I was gonna say.
Okay, so yeah, should we pull it up?
Take Chuck's.
Education module.
I can't remember what was
Draft
called.
website.
Let's Tom's working group.
The liaising that's going on across the work group.
Okay, let's pull up the slide. You can tell me which. Change it to yes. This one, products.
2022 Theo.
This one, okay. Copy. I think this is good. I will close. Was there anything else on this communication slide?
Yeah, let's show a little bit.
Purpose, membership, data clearance. continued in future efforts.
Yeah, so it's like, I mean, everybody was complaining because you grabbed 2019, but a lot of that rolls on. So you can probably go ahead and just say, hey, you know, that just keeps on.
Yeah. So see the table. This is what this exercise is. Okay. Well, there you go. Communications. Yes, now.
But I thought that last bit that you pasted in, is that what the video on nutrients is going to cover? The myths and things like that? Or are those, where did it go? Video on role of nutrients. Is everything under that?
No.
No, the video.
Why is it underlined?
Video is separate. I thought they were myths.
No, so we're kind of trying to develop and maintain a list of, you know, things that are accurate and things that get in the newspaper somehow. And you go, how did that get there?
Much more than nutrients.
So yeah, more than nutrients.
So we don't have to move these into other tables at this point. We will over lunch, your facilitators and note takers will help juggle things for you to work from. But if we think that captures all the second one being, I think we should talk about this. Sorry. A dashboard of the trusted sources. Have we addressed this row?
Draft website is
Right. We did have website platforms we developed, so it is in discussion. So yes, we agree it's captured, nothing additional captured.
We're like on Pour Together, we've added like a journey map that shows like from when you report a bloom, cyanobacteria bloom to a DOH, a county DOH issuing a notification in the press release that has that out. Not sure where that is, but that's new last year.
That code in that second, I guess it is build on protecting Florida together. Like Megan said, I don't necessarily see us writing something that corresponds to these boxes. Because I don't think that'll be very user friendly. This is not looking very user friendly at the moment. But,
No, I think. Oh, sorry. Go.
Yeah.
I didn't mean to cut you off. I'm bad with.
Used to run.
You used to Rhonda. Yeah, one of the things, and I don't think it's on here, but it's at the end of my version of the document, was how might these be categorized? How might we look at them, right? Like in general, forwarding, and that's what will be part of the homework. How can you synthesize the categories in terms of recommendations, or synthesize them to addressing this, what remains, or what's. Okay, sorry. Short and long term, the evaluations. I only know of this one because that's me. Are there other? Are we aware of other evaluations? I mean, this specifically talks about the tools that the communications group, but I know that there's discussion of analytics.
Yeah, and I think it's early for the analytics. So I wouldn't necessarily say that. I mean, you can talk about the fact that that will be developed, but that might be a little too future forward. So.
I have seafood industry here because I think that Johnny was working on developing the survey.
Yeah.
Was that just seafood industry too? Rhonda. Oh, Rhonda? Yeah, yes, please, Rhonda. Thank you.
Would this include the review I've been doing on the websites to just check for how things are worded and presented and the consistency across websites?
Okay,
And, I don't know how to, we talk about different websites and updating them, and there's quite a few state agencies involved. How onerous is the process to get things updated? I mean, is that a 6-month delay, a 2-week delay? Easy?
I wouldn't say easy, but
it's not,
Doesn't take that long.
It's not, okay, good,
as
good, good.
difficult as updating.
Okay.
Gotta get through multiple agencies, common departments, and that's the. it's a little awkward.
once the message or tool is good to go, we, like our website will update twice daily.
It can take a while, like going
Get
through
it.
the rack cards to get everyone's approval. It did take some time and
Yeah.
meetings and.
If it's something simple, it may fly through. If it's something a little sensitive, it may.
Like the red tide map, boom, it's up.
I can update a word immediately. A large amount of content for things that require a lot of other agency input.
Words, but if there's publications, those have to go through a whole nother.
Yeah. Yeah,
Here's approval.
but yeah, content on the site.
And one thing, like with FWC, they have like a great response. Pages with this, with reviews and different things, so it's really- those real time. Okay, any last thoughts on communications? Holding you from your sandwiches. All right, management response has about 7, I think, 6 or 7. But, the first is about the comprehensive response plan. Talk about the planning committee. This, on. The second one is about integrated open survey. On it and the first about the survey network. Third one is permitting. I have that as well. That's another donut. And then it goes into, and those are just the, that's for management response recommendations. 1, 2, 3, and then there are an additional 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 research focused ones. And that is, okay, these are so long, but in engaging to improve our ability to evaluate the severity of blooms. So back to those models and indices. The second one is building on the information to design investigations that will build an understanding to guide effective and adaptive management. And the third one is developing a suite of models to predict initiation, progress, and termination. So it's early warning and evaluating potential improvements in management. The next one is fostering projects that will improve early detection of neighborhoods and brevetoxins to improve rapid response. And the last one is just to continue to spread like the red tide. Okay, so that's so much. Okay. I don't.
Well, I was just gonna say, I can help calculate the different center for required projects in here, that a couple of them are embedded already, especially the ones that have been funded recently through the task force grant call. But that's kind of throughout this whole section.
So
The only projects in here to be those that, so there are some, not like other ones in here, those are the HAB grant ones. So those are the ones that this, through the funding calls specifically related to the recommendations that went through the process. Right. It goes through the HAB grants. Don.
well, I guess part of what I'm wondering, whether these are just things that the task force had something to do with, or is it happen to other funding and meet the need?
So that is part of what we talked about for your academic facilitators too. I think it's both, because you've made a recommendation just because you haven't necessarily been the one forwarding that goal. The goal's being met. So it might be not be included as, you know, the work of it necessarily in the document. That'll be the discussion. This is being addressed elsewhere, but I think we capture it and identify the source, or, you know, the organization as it's not necessarily a priority recommendation. It's being addressed regardless of this.
So if that's the case, then I'm trying to figure out where it is. I'm looking at, you know, on the far right, it's where it says composite red tide vulnerability index.
Yes.
There is a paper that Kate's on, but Rick Stump is the lead author of, that really addresses this objective more than the vulnerability, in addition to the vulnerability index. It's a quantifying Corynea brevis bloom severity and respiratory irritation impact.
I'm on that paper.
Yeah, and that's exactly, I remember proposing this because we've done the same thing at both Maine. How do we try to, year by year by year, how bad a year was it? That's what this one is trying to do. There's a severity index. So,
Can you give me the year on it?
You'll find it.
I got it right here. 2022. It's in the right year as well. So,
I did not include that on our publications list because I felt like that work didn't really fall directly under things we were funding as part of the center.
And yet it was based on, and this is one of the things that I've talked about a lot in this report, is the Florida Red Tide database is the basis for so many things. And so from that point of view, if that didn't exist, that paper wouldn't exist. So it's a product of Joel's work.
I debated whether or not to put it on that list of publications.
Yeah. I think on this, and like we said, it's good to capture that. It's the same as the HAB health group that David was talking about. They have the UH funded long-term health indexes, but they're trying to do an inventory of what is the HAB health research happening. And support those efforts
And sharing of knowledge.
and then second row down there, streamlining permitting. Dave, I don't know what the status of it, but you were making with some sort of generic permit. I don't know what the right word is. But
There was a draft general permit that was comparable to the one that exists for pesticide application. Was publicly noticed, accepted comments on it, but that's where it sits.
it should still be mentioned.
Sure.
So what?
Why is it stalled?
Well, some of the issues that Tom mentioned where EPA had a very generic, very broad interpretation of what a insecticide is.
Maybe you can tell over lunch. You can go through this.
Okay.
Harmonize
Okay.
that with federal input.
Yeah.
Any other rows or additions? So I think if you see them in front of you, but the planning committee, obviously, the projects we brought up the Center for Budget and Research.
So you have the HAB initiatives in that first management. Yeah.
Okay, so this box means that we, that was a progress update provided in the second. So there should be somewhere on your table, they're just a print up, they're available online, but somewhere you'll see what we said. There's just one per table section. So if you look to P5 on this.
Okay.
Share. I didn't print too many because they're all online. It'd be P6. Yeah.
Everything, stuff. And I can already go to the website. Related information. Okay.
When you see in the second consensus document, you'll have the icons, but you'll also have circles with P numbers, and that takes you to whatever in the appendix already said. And a lot of the updates in the second one, you'll see that they're really broad. Like a committee was established, like the communications working group. So now we're saying, well, you saw the list, right? Great. So what's been done since 2021 by that?
So there's the innovative grant, or the innovative technologies grant program that predates, goes back to like 2019, but every year they issue new grants. There's the document that outlines the EUA coordination, the local content.
And second to the last row. So project improves early detection. Certainly a lot of what Kate said. Is that the only thing I'm thinking of? You now have purchased IFCDs and incorporating them. Is that underneath CRTR? Or is that fair? Is that a association activity as well? Not allowed by yet?
I think that kind of goes back to my question where there was some language under research that maybe didn't fully migrate when we developed kind of research under all of these categories. And it seems like that ties into creation of technologies for detecting blooms and their impacts in real time. And somewhere there's a description of just kind of working more on bloom dynamics. That's included here in the initial document. So it may be that working on separating that out or having that as a topic. Yeah.
Well, it wasn't dynamics.
It's detection and.
No, what you had in your slide. You had 3 stages, right?
Oh, I think that's dynamics.
Yeah, this is what I was saying is an onion, like brainstorming. How would you frame it? Maybe moderate, maybe understanding codes, maybe. Versus
So I think maybe it's just good to keep in mind that that might be something that gets broken out as a special topic. Because it ends up making management and response a little more, it's tucked into some of those, but it's a little.
Really so much in that regard.
Following task force recommendations and doing that.
so, I know it's big, it's meaty. Is there any things you can think of?
Rhonda has her hand up.
Oh, Rhonda, I'm sorry. Thank you, guys.
No
Rhonda?
worries. Megan, under that second one, under management and response, there's number 4 in the detailed is assess effectiveness of efforts to manage loads of nutrients. I think we'd probably want to include things that have been done at DEP level, including the things that fell out from the Clean Waterways Act. So the stormwater rule, the OSTDS rule, they've done work on BMAPs. Probably at least worth a mention here.
If I say Clean Waterways Act responses, does that capture it enough to trigger your memory about what we're talking about, or do I need?
It does. I mean, it does for me.
Okay.
Could I be back?
Could put star report there.
Star report. Is that how you meant, Dave?
Yeah.
As part of that. Can you tell I read it? Wait.
I'm a little puzzled. Okay, because maybe I missed the, maybe it's just because it's going between pages. The tools are needed so that early warnings can be generated and potential improvements in management can be evaluated, models and addressed. I'm not sure that I think Flabon belongs under that. I mean, observing is required for modeling, but I think the modeling is the most important part there. But this brings me, I see Flabon turning up in a number of places. There is no actual product for Flabon. There's nowhere is there? So there's nowhere anybody can go, look, there's what Flabon is. And so how can you claim it as a win if there's nothing there?
I think that that's where, with a lot of the projects that we have ongoing, those are components of Florida HAB on that are active. And so, how we highlight those projects do already have their own websites, but we haven't yet put out a Florida HAB on website. Part of thinking about all of the initiatives that we do have and that we're kind of keeping up with, I think that Florida HAB on necessarily involves the regional associations and some of the different federal objectives. And so that's where kind of trying to see where all of that is going and figure out how that fits in, but also thinking about operationalizing it more and what that's going to take to support it, even to coordinate it.
So the update report, in 2021 was that the steering committee was formed for. My intent of adding that bullet there was just that a workshop was had. I mean, there's a lot more to discuss on there, obviously, but the steering committee did organize a workshop. The workshop was had.
But does Florida HAB on exist in some sense? Could you just list Florida HAB on?
It does, but you can't go to a website.
Yeah.
But that's okay. It's an entity.
HAB doesn't exist in that sense either, unfortunately.
Maybe that's a better alternative.
So That's me that put in that bullet, just
creation
that
of
the
a
workshop was
Florida
had.
HAB observing that whole. On the web.
That takes into account programs that have been going on before its inception, at least.
Okay, I'm gonna do a final call on this one and let people break for lunch, and there's lots of discussion that can be had this afternoon too. So does anybody, maybe I'll look this clockwise, David?
Right. Reference to Bill 933, is that?
That's, yeah, it's actually House Bill. That was the old number.
Okay, but that's the same as House Bill
15 something, yeah. See, I started trying, I gotta fix it. 15, what, the one I brought up at the very end, it's the Red Tide Control and Mitigation Technology Development. I'll fix that number.
And then are we gonna update Appendix B, current and recent federally funded projects in Cape Brevis research and response?
So that's a question, if that's something that wants me to push for the task force, last time Greg Scully provided that for it, the group. And it does come that larger question, it's important to capture the scope of what's happening, because they may be exploding.
Then we won't ask.
Maybe that will be Quay's homework. I think we just assigned homework. Homework. Huh, they check that off.
Well, because the first 3 pages are all NOAA projects.
Yeah, yeah.
It's an impressive list.
It is. But, you know, I think it would be, again, if we want to.
You have a little
I can do it through the IWG work.
But we need the Center for Red Tide Research Projects, and the task force projects that we funded in that as well.
That would be really helpful for us in case of overlap.
We are. Okay. Capture. Stop sharing.
So every facilitator will have that updated table.
This beautiful team, and including Sarah and myself, we'll be eating our lunch in here, preparing for your small group breakouts. Will you enjoy your social time off?
Yeah.
Lunch is in the fourth
We used to
floor
do
conference.
that. We used to plan on somebody-
Yeah.
So we will do our best. We're gonna try to prepare our best we can. And like I said, today's more of the, as much brainstorming as we can. And one of the reasons that each group has a detailed note taker is to catch these conversations or these parking lot ideas and items so that we're not losing them. As much progress as we can make towards the product, well, helping us think forward. Still, but I'll let Kate close us up for lunch.
Right. So, the time right now is 12:19 and we will leave for lunch and plan to be back at 1:30 p.m. And, at 1:30, just to point that out, that's a public comment period. So we want to make sure to be here and back. And then we will descend into our small working groups and do that twice. And then we'll come back to meet as a group after that. So have a great lunch.
So we're eating right here. Or we eating? You said go away to eat. Where are we?
Lunch is in the fourth floor conference room. Straight up the elevator.
Welcome back, everyone. We are going to start our afternoon session with public comment period. And then do we have any public comments?
We have no comments received in the room and none received online.
And just as a note, you can submit comments on the task force website. Well, with that, we're going to move into our breakout groups. And I think Megan has our groups ready to give us.
I think I rejigged them a bit with a few people out, so I hope this works. In our, this is stage left corner, Salia will be your facilitator for communications. And our first communications, I have Sherry Larkin, Kate Hubbard, and Emily Cooley. In the far corner is management and response. And our first group over there is Don Anderson, Dave Whiting, and Quade Dorch. And then closest on my right here is Stephanie will be facilitating public health, Michelle Smith, Barb Kirkpatrick, and Charles Jacoby.
All right. How long do we have?
You have half an hour in each group, and even though you've done a really good job of identifying a lot in those two categories, there are some discussion strategies to bring up, and part of that can be thinking about how to present the information, you know, what stage of progress things are in, what they overlap with, what that, you're welcome to talk about what it might look like in the product itself. Those are good conversations to have too. But the facilitators are well prepared for you. So please take your time and so you know the camera stays on the room and the stream, but there's a message with it's muted that we will be back at 2:30 for the recap.
So you mean Rhonda gets an hour off?
I sent the sheet.
I tried, Barb.
Discussion.
We can put her on a phone and
I've been through this a few times. We can't.
Great. Welcome back. We will start off with working through summary of what we discussed and try to think about, we'll have our different groups share with all of us at once. And then we'll have a quick discussion to try to capture any additional or missed items that may not be on the list. So with that, do we want to start?
Sure. So we work with the communications front, and thank you to Chuck and Rhonda. We had a very thorough, detailed list of topics of products. So that made our lives much easier. So is there anything missing at this point? The answer was no, and that was. And the discussion for both groups was very similar, sometimes using slightly different words, but the same concerns and the same points raised by both. So because of the way we work in the morning, all the bullets were pasted onto the first topic. So the first thing we discussed was the need to move some of the bullet points around, and both groups, different ways, said kind of no, that they all fit on both. And but one thing that needs to be on all three bullet points, that's you are. Felt like we need to state the stage in which the products are, because some products are clearly have been finalized, some are ongoing, some are at the very beginning. So this is kind of a homework for Rhonda and Chuck to try to sort out on our final product at which stage products are. And they also mentioned that if we do this for communication, maybe we could consider this for the other fronts as well. And this is kind of borderline with a recommendation, not really the assessment of the report. But it was mentioned that each product or products will require constant reassessment. This is because the last topic is under research, talked about reassessment. So it's this borderline recommendation, but it's still part of the products we are sharing. We are at the importance of having some sort of reassessment, constant. We're talking about communication, so things change. You know, even though we try to produce materials that have a long shelf life, you know, things change. So we need to have a way to constantly reassess the efficacy of our products. Another thing that was mentioned was when we elaborate our final document, we need to be mindful of the language we use. And that sort of shows because of the table itself. At the heading, it says actions, and we're talking about products. And so we need to be mindful of the language we use, because sometimes, depending on the verb we're using or now, it comes across as action. Keeping in mind that we do have different stages, so some of them will come across as ongoing. So this is one part of our discussion. The second part, in terms of recommendations, that Megan wanted to use the opportunity, we have many minds in the room, to think of where else can the communications work group go for more additional information. So we have a list of suggestions here, from educational contacts for contacts for kids, Ocean Human Health Community course, connect to the National HAB website, educators group from the Northeast Marine Educators, to establish some kind of a media campaign about the progress of the task force And we can even use TikTok to share our information. Noah has had liaison to publish our information content. Also, Florida Ocean Alliance has that kind of team that can help us push content out. The National Academy of Science Golf Scholars Project is also a good resource. Now coming back to something that seems to be something we need to be more mindful of is to see if our materials take into account. This is something that if it does, it's not explicit on our products, and I think we need to be mindful of that. And finally, in terms of more recommendations, how to present the final content, one idea that came up was to create a table with all the information and plus sidebars of key products. So example as it's done in kids' books. So we can have a table of matrix of all our products, or the most important products, and then we can select those that are common to all three fronts, or particularly important to each one of the fronts, and highlight those, because that's what people will really read. Nobody will read everything, but we are in the best position to choose what the message that we really need to get across. Yes.
So what is your slide bar?
Sidebars.
Is it from simple to complex? What do you slide? What is the factor that
It's
you're?
not a slide, it's just a
Sidebar,
box.
like a separate box.
It's a box.
I thought it was-
And we Google, and it is called a sidebars.
It's true. It's a common thing in reports. Harness would be a great example.
Yeah.
I don't- I like my concept better.
The slide bar.
We got all-
It's
we
like
got
level of
all the-
sweet to
And
spicy.
depending on who you're trying to market it to, you want to make it as easy
That's right.
as that person can digest. And you have a slide bar that has your simplest concepts first, and then as you go up in complexity, find your niche, what you like.
Anyway, so I
I
think that speaking of communication, I think that the final document that this group will have to produce with so much information that has to be digested by the public, has to use some sort of diagram. I myself imagine a diagram. I love concentric diagrams, which we identified in the morning so many products that are common to all three fronts. So I can see those in the center, sharing with all three fronts, and then from there you go to each one of the three fronts with the most key elements of each one, products of each one. That's, I think, they are not mutually exclusive. We know that people learn differently. More than one strategy to get the message across. Did the team that we work with has anything to add to what I explained? Did we miss, did we capture? Shelby, do you have anything?
So, one
Sure.
potential comment, and maybe it's not possible, but it struck me that if I was reading a table and it said, this is what we accomplished, it was a workshop on this, I'd like to be able to find that workshop. I'd like to have either a little footnote that goes to a reference list or something that allows these accomplishments, someone to go a little deeper than a 3 or 4 word description of what that product was. So I don't know, it's easy to say, harder for Megan and the others, or just to put this together, but it's a thought. It's to have a way for people to take the entries we've made in that column.
Yeah, I should have added, he did mention a possibility of an appendix. It's just that this material product is meant for the public, general public. So if we want to hit 2 category of public audiences, then create an appendix that would be able to provide the level of detail that some other people might.
Even hot linking to web resources throughout, I think will be really.
That's, yeah, highlight. Perfect.
People want.
Hot links which can break, but hopefully.
Bar on there.
Yeah, it's like bar.
And on, I don't know what page it was, there is another acronym, FEMV, Florida Marine Educators. And number 5.
This one?
Yeah. There's a group in Florida that we would.
Oh, so educators group, there's one in the Northeast Marine Educators, and there's another one here?
Yeah, Florida Marine Educators. FMSCA or something like that. Comes to that.
SEA.
It is right, the scene's not.
There you go.
This is the Florida group.
Yeah. They have an annual meeting.
Under recommendations, there was a recommendation, I didn't know we were doing recommendations, that you all have a Florida HAB meeting.
Any other comments on communications? Great. Do we want to just keep moving?
So I facilitated management and response. I have a little less of an overview and recommendation for you guys. There were a lot of other things to include in management and response that I hadn't covered in topics. If I had to summarize them, I would say there's a lot more going on in tech to create and gain more information. And then a lot of expanded field work as well. So we have our list of technology that is in the works through various different groups. Can also be considered under different headings as well. Control mitigation, we have some level funded projects. We have several socioeconomic studies as well. Everybody has like I said, lots of expanded field sampling across the board. For initiation bloom and termination research being done, and then early bloom detection.
Is it early bloom detection at the Florida HAB meeting?
I didn't think we had one of those.
No, we did.
Monitoring birds as a early sentinel for early bloom detection.
Is that in progress or?
It's a
wild alert.
Yeah, there's we're working on a portal, bringing a portal that already exists in California to be able to connect a lot of the different agencies and organizations involved with rehabilitation and response. And kind of consolidating in one database. And the way the database is designed is that it can effectively learn based on the cluster of information and get a better sense for what the different potential diagnostic tools might need to be, what some of the symptoms might be that aren't currently being monitored or it's a way to document what's going on, but also potentially to do some exploratory work. Yeah, and it will be for a lot of different wildlife, not just birds. And it's also not HAB specific, so it's meant to be touching everything. So.
Spat that's up there was meant to describe not so much real spat, real spat samplers, but the wristbands that are being used for public health, which are sort of like the spat in some sense. They collect data over time. And so I was using an analogy there. So really what's in use is the wrist samplers. And I was just making an analogy. So I would put wrist samplers or something.
We also have
You do have real spat. Yeah.
And people tried the wristbands for brevetoxins and just couldn't get low enough.
sounds like the
Yeah, well, I think maybe microcystins.
Yes. Yeah.
Interesting.
Cyanobacteria.
Yeah,
Yes, but not for.
Not for.
Roscamp people talk to you.
Yeah. Anything else for Alexa? All right. You've got it.
The for public health breakout groups. What was this morning? We talked about updating in contact list under public health. Crossing over with communications who had an updated list. We talked about the aerosol exposure and need of a timeline for completion on aerosol exposure from agriculture. Need for a long-term aerosol data set. We also talked about the Roscamp electrical study that she was talking about, which also is currently crossing over with. That's in progress. This was included for they were trying it for the private top. And then we talked about in progress rapid testing. Shellfish testing. And we also talked about in progress celebration and ideas which are currently the county, the environmental management. Sorry. Not sure. I just know that the environment. Small for and red tide mitigation initiative, which is ongoing, has ongoing long-term exposure to person. And user friendly, how could you make these friendly? We talked about a graphic that you could use on what to know about red tide exposure, potentially like having a clam bait or something like that with a dog, a person, and a clam.
click on the different items to show the effects on each item in the right. And so, yeah, this is something else. And very has been started with lots of things. And then we also talk about in progress. Well, I agree, but yeah, making the transition to verified occupational exposure. This is the detectional wristbands that are in the plan that are in the works for distancing in progress. The FAU is HAB, which is the green study that's in the, but it's in the plans for ratified County. That was this one. Oh, this is the HAB. It's
long-term exposure.
We talked about with environmental data. It has crossover with short-term effects, training, environmental, and health. And they talked about working on improving the reporting for this. And we also talked about HAB, which is the HAB database, and now it would be helpful data to be merged or pulled from different agencies and the need for use of that file different data from different agencies. That's that.
I think that just to kind of with this page, it's helpful to put information into these databases, but then also helpful to see what the outcomes are. And that can happen in different ways. But I think that helps us think about the process overall and kind of continue to revise it as much as we can.
Else?
Okay. So
Easy.
Yeah. So now, I just want to talk to Celia, Shelby, Alexa, Kelsey, Steph, and Sarah for all of their help. Thank them. I really appreciate it. You guys did an amazing job. And so we have a little while to talk as a group, but to think about what the next steps are going to be. Essentially, who wants to work on what, take volunteers, and then we'll move to other formats of selection. That sounds as ominous as possible, but not really. I think that just kind of to also set the stage a little bit, we discussed having another meeting as sort of an interim between now and our next scheduled meeting in 4 months. I don't think that we'll plan that today, but I just want to mention that as an upcoming activity. So we can aim for about 2 months so that we're splitting the distance there. And so we have our 3 sections, and then our research that's involved in all of those. They're listed up there just in case you forget what they are. And I think within each of those, we have slightly different tasks. And so I think probably one of the first ones is we'll try to capture this and translate it into a digital format, but then having, I would say, some key people to review that first layer. And I think that could be one group, or that could be the dedicated group that's going to try to really go in and do some heavy editing and maybe from the macro to micro scale.
The work has to be done individually until we meet again. So just keep in mind when you say group, that you're still working.
You're still
as a group individually. Knowing somewhere across the state, there's someone else.
Another group of one.
There's that comfort. Yeah. Maybe we can just kind of think about who might like to take on sort of a lead role in each of the different topics and go from there. Again, I think we'll try to synthesize as much of the information as we've got here today as we can, but then we'll want to turn it back over to the different experts. So public health, starting with public health, do we have?
Can you just also explain? I mean, I think Celia was saying this might be only a 4-page document. So is that what are you ultimately looking towards?
Yeah, I think that's a really good question too. I think it's a little hard to say for sure right now, but I think a 4 to 10-page document, 4-page, we have a multi-page document. We often do still try to translate it with a shorter version, just because not everyone will be this, so we can ensure that we have that separate translation. But I think we're aiming for not like a 100. Again, kind of the high level overview, more like the second. Not quite.
So you actually mentioned doing appendices, and I'm wondering if that's really true and what the appendices, so one was possibly federal funded research, but if you do that, I think you need to have a specific list of the Florida funded ones. And so is that one of the, besides the 4 to 10 pages, an appendix A and appendix B, that's to mix them together. But is that part of it?
I would think that maybe the appendices could be digital, but not necessarily in the printed version.
Yeah, I'd say that.
And I think we will want to try to include the hot links as much as we can to web resources. So, and that's something that we can talk about, whether we would maybe want to make a virtual version. Again, kind of like taking from the 10-page to the 4-page to the web overview. But I think that would be another way to have that sort of connection.
Just to say that a digital version is just as easy as a printed version, as long as we're not asking for a bunch of hot links fine, but interactive components are the only thing that creates the challenges when updating or delays. So if it's here's your report and here's the digital version, and we can add to the digital version as projects come up or things change, that's really easy to do. But if you want pop-outs and embedded videos, that's much more complicated. A slide box.
I think it would be really helpful to have a list of all these projects first, so that whoever is writing a section can make sure that everything is covered, perhaps in generalities, not necessarily specifically every project, but to be reminded of the things that might have been missed in this discussion. Or is this discussion it? And because I'm sure that we've left things out.
One thing that I was wondering we could, I think the talks this morning were really helpful. I think in terms of updating the federal list and a state list, I think that's doable. I think that that would also involve probably one lead on each of those.
So that was
Like a lead that would be in charge of
Like
each
there
of
might
those.
be a federal.
Yeah, no, I'm glad.
Yeah, no,
You already got.
Already written it down.
And I have.
So I probably
I wrote
nominate.
down Kate for Florida.
So,
And fairly quickly.
and that we're not, well, I listed 29 of them, but, yeah, but we're not allowed to interact, so. Just keep that.
We can send things to Megan.
Megan.
Yes.
Yeah,
And then,
yeah.
and,
And you can,
get comments back, etc. So
you know, and you can ask things related to your normal work. I mean, these projects cross over as well, but if you can't, you try to say, hey, on this section I'm writing for the task force report, I am XYZ. What are you doing? That's needs to be done publicly, so everyone in Florida has free access to the work. You send it to me, I compile, and I can share, everyone can share at a meeting.
So maybe Clay and I can work on those lists, and then they can be circulated to the rest of the task force to put any other projects that we don't capture on there, just to sort of what going on. And then beyond that, I would say those could be living documents, just at least updated once a year. Could change a fair amount.
Is your list just the ones that FWC supports, or you're gonna?
I think that the MOAT initiative is fairly well captured in its own summary document, so I don't know that we need to pull that into this.
Just refer to it.
Yeah, yep, a hot link. But that's another 10-pager that.
That's right.
All eyes on you.
The list that I'm working on has multiple purposes for me.
Correct.
Which includes the South Florida report, and overlap with our HAB program stuff. So, and in that sense, I might need to talk to some people to get more information for that list for our purposes.
I think that would be okay. So that would be okay. Just
We solve multiple purposes.
okay. So that is something that needs to happen straight away, and I think we have some good starts on that.
Yeah, I get stuff. So, you know, to clarify on that, what was the name of that study that Linda did, Barb? Not business, not task force business.
Yeah.
Should we take that study and, you know, think we should put forward efforts to support it further or involve partners? No, you
One thing I will say about our discussions is it looks like the two groups, other than response and management, did much more in the way of this is what future wishes. And are those going to be included in this report? I would say that the response and management group did not do that, and I'm sure that wish list would be mammoth. And so at our next meeting, if you want that something like that included, maybe we need to revisit that.
I think why we wanted to come up with a specific progress document was to separate it from next steps, future directions, so that we could compile the information, and then another future document would be recommendations.
So some of these things we collected today go in that other document.
We knew it was going to be impossible to have this without going there, but we tried to steer it more towards what's been done rather than what we need to do, just because they are overlapping conversations, but could be very different. And so we wanted to just structure this again to have the focus that it had. And some of those recommendations, I think, do fall within the realm of what we're currently doing right now and can be captured. Some of them are more forward thinking, would go into kind of a separate bin of notes.
And just for the awareness, I do keep a running list of all those things. So there are some already from other meetings. You know, they don't get lost. They will get added to the task force, still to discuss items. Lost it's a whole separate document. This one is fun topics. So,
okay, so if we go, so I think we have those lists that we can work on, and then if we go back to our core topics and have somebody that can help kind of work through the synthesis that we've come up with. For public health, I saw Barb's hand go up. Thank you, Laura. Is there anyone else that wants to work on that first layer? And I think maybe 2 is good for that sort of lead overview, oversight.
They can't talk to each other.
yeah.
Talk through Megan.
Oh yeah, we will.
I know. We've done it though. We have successfully done this. It's hard in our memories from 2021. It does.
And just kind of thinking about what the next meeting might look like, if we need to have more time for the discussion and synthesis across different groups and different members, then that's something. So we'll kind of gauge how this goes and then figure out what that meeting really looks like. Okay, what about communications?
I did hear of homework. Facilitated. Status of items in what stage of progress.
Rhonda.
Rhonda, you've been nominated.
I'm volunteer chat GPT.
Okay, and do we have another person that wants to work on communication? So we have 2. I think I heard Chuck volunteer himself, so.
That's what I heard.
All right, that was seconded. Management and response. I'm happy to throw myself into that one. Nominate myself. Does anyone else want to volunteer for that one?
So what are you doing on this step? What are you?
We're looking at the synthesis kind of table and document and reviewing it and seeing if it needs any work to be cohesive. If there's still questions, trying to flesh things out a little bit, and think about what some targeted next assignments may be for members of the task force.
You're going to write text around the table, right?
I think that will flesh out the table a bit, and then yes, the recommendations, or sorry, the progress, the narrative that goes along with it. I think the first step is to look back at the tables.
So, someone going to create a more voluminous table then? Is that the ultimate objective of each of these groups? Is that it?
I think we'll take what we've digested and see how voluminous the existing table is, and then try to either make it more streamlined or say that these are some clear gaps where we just need to add some more information. And I think once we have the table and the lists, that allows us to then write the summary that goes along with it. That may naturally happen as you're working through the table. I think that we have some decent language that we can build off from some of the prior reports in terms of having some text that can be updated. Okay, anyone else want to help out with management and response? Steve Whiting, thank you very much. Okay.
Yeah, in terms of process. So, is the best practice here to, we obviously you'll get these materials that are much more cohesive way. Even I compile do the people, as there's 2, do you want to review all of that independently then come forward with these pieces like Kate says, or do you want to parcel out? And I'm only saying that because management response is such a big chunk. And then there's also the sort of regular and the research sides of things. So I think that's you guys tell me. I'm not sure, like it's the, you know, if you, everyone, the two people on each topic take everything. It's complementary. It helps identify things in a good review process, but it's also could be duplicative depending on how you want your effort to be. So I just throw it out there to say.
Can this be done on like Google Docs where everybody has access
It
to?
cannot. Unless you notice it 7 days in advance and invite the public to participate.
Darwin.
And maybe that's a question for once you see.
Yeah.
I think so.
Yeah. We're on the same page.
Yeah.
I think we want to capture some of that overlap. There's going to be so how to handle that. Have to figure it out, but I think at this earliest stage, we want to capture as much of that as we can.
Definitely once I see the notes organized and laid out, it should help.
I'm already having films in my mind thinking how to organize
I can visualize.
Well, maybe I should be. These crossover all for this.
And I think as we're working, so we have these co-leads that will be working on the tables. I think that part of that is that you can, as you're reading, think about what assignments you might have. At that point, I think that as opposed to asking for volunteers, we have a good sense of who's familiar with what subject matter, so you can hang on certain people through Megan. But I think that would be the next stage, is to say, where do you want more review, and who would that ideally be? And I think one of the things that we can do before we even send the tables out is just pull some of the language from the last report to see how easy it is to take wording out or update, or at least give some headings for the writing part. And then I think once we have the tables and some of the lists that we've discussed about and some of the products built in, I think that then we're in a much better place to write the written overview. And I think from that, that's something that we would want to try, maybe even to write as a group at the next meeting. I know that we had done some facilitated meetings in the past that had writing as a main objective. It will be a virtual meeting. That sounds like a reasonable goal.
Wait, the next meeting, the one in 2 months, is going to be virtual as well?
Yes.
Does it have to be?
It doesn't have to be.
I just find doing it in person.
Yeah, I think so too. I almost wonder whether do everything and just assign people in another meeting, maybe in a 2-day meeting or something. Just get everybody to work together and talk, compare notes, and just instead of this weird sunshine thing and very inefficient compared to getting people together. I'll come back.
Then we could start our things. Particularly the list, I think, need to be done earlier. Like that. I agree.
I think having the preparation of the synthesis table and then at least the first layer of review on that, I think is very helpful. Yeah. So maybe we can do that, and then I'm happy to think about how to have kind of a writing and synthesis meeting is our next meeting. Is that something that others are, I saw nods, but is this something generally folks are supportive of? It takes a little bit of the homework away and gives it to you as just regular work, so that's nice. An additional meeting or the next regular? I think it would be the interim. No, the next meeting, but not the next scheduled meeting. Yeah, that's what I meant. Okay, just making sure.
Work to do. I don't know. Don, you come from the farthest, like travel, half-day work session, half-day work session the next morning, travel. I mean, the writing is intense, so I was trying to break it up to 2 4-hour sessions instead of going at it all day kind of thing.
You mean we can't do it on the phone for 10 hours? Like
that was I don't really want to do that again.
I was told that I can't do that.
Okay, we won't do that.
That makes sense. All of us can make good use of a free half afternoon or something, catch up on things.
So maybe we can try to see what we can do with scheduling and see if that's going to be feasible or not, and kind of go from there. We do have a meeting that's a virtual meeting in 4 months. If needed, we could talk about also changing that to an in-person meeting if we weren't able to get everyone to get a consensus together in time. So. Because even 2 months out with this group could be really hard. We'll see. We'll see. I'm optimistic. Okay, so I think that we have a decent plan in place. We'll be in touch about the meeting. I don't know how long it will take to create the synthesis table, so I'd like to go back and kind of see, but I would imagine once everyone kind of gets back to their normal jobs, it'll take a little while to pull together. Do you think?
So I think that, and I don't want to put pressure on you yesterday, but I sort of thought 2 to 3 weeks for the tables and the synthesis, at least even if it's in a raw format, so that it gives our people opportunity to see what we're getting into, because it is hard to visualize. I think that can you update that table within 2 to 3 weeks? Better one?
Yes, no problem. She said, yes.
So, and then once we have some of these documents, Megan can share them with the whole group. So that's be on the lookout for additional communication. So, all right. Clear's mud. Everyone got at least some objective on an idea that there will be more in the future. Thanks for the people that volunteered or got forcefully nominated. And I think that, let's turn the talk. Are there any other comments or questions about that, the process, things that you might not be clear on? That we can talk about today and clear up. Any other questions just in general before we move to adjourn?
What did I get voluntold for?
Everything.
Yeah, you're gonna make all the tables and the documents
And the graphics.
And Dave's slide bar.
Yeah.
You'll be doing that later.
All right, and you need that tomorrow, right?
Yeah. By the end of the day, Rhonda.
Oh, okay. No worries.
No, we'll follow up in an email to make sure you're clear on what your assignment is.
Appreciate that.
Of course. Any other, was that a closing comment?
Yes.
Okay.
It's don't kill the messenger, because I brought it up the other day on a phone call. But I wanted to bring it up to this group, which is, should we put in an abstract on the task force for the National HAB meeting? And I think we're a fairly unique group. Like Quay and Don probably know more nationally, but I think, and I know you said, well, maybe in 2 years, but the problem is, to me, it's more of a national issue than the international meeting, and I would hate to wait another 2 years. So I wanted to see what you thought. And yes, Megan, you have a vote on this.
It's in the sunshine, have fun. No, this came up. I mean, it's something when we talked about submissions. And it's not, I mean, I don't know if you want to vote. We have in the past, like, decades.
Yeah. Yeah.
And it's been of interest, and there is quite a bit of interest. And even with some of the working group sub-initiatives, they have like the response group already presented to the federal groups and stuff. So there has been a lot of reply from it. So I think there's value in it, and I think it is unique, and I also think it helps other areas.
Give some, I mean, that's my idea, is to give some other communities ideas of how they might deal with their local issues, regional issues.
How you submit an abstract?
Let's see, that is a good question. Does the abstract writing have to be done in the sunshine?
Does it? I'm not, let me follow up. I feel like it probably doesn't, because it's not work of the task force, it's an overview, like a summary update of what's been done, but let me check because
yeah, I mean, if that's the case, then we can't do it, because we can't publicly notice in 7 days and get an abstract submitted on a
So what would be, I mean, I could imagine multiple purposes. The purpose is to tell people about what the Florida HAB Task Force does.
Yeah.
And the kind of products they put out.
Yeah. Like the 3, I mean, we're going to have 2 to show, and the third one in the works.
There's the working groups and a lot of different companies.
Yeah.
I don't know. But I've seen a little bit, but I have, Florida and its uniqueness of everything that HAB goes here.
Everything.
But in terms of it being, having this great statutory obligations that informs a research institute to respond beyond just like, we're a task force and here's some things going out. We hope you sink your teeth into. I think that model can provide a lot of value to it. Like, you're not chasing the dollars or creating the dollars one after the fact, but it's intended to keep it.
It's sort of analogous to HAB.
Yep.
They're due May 8th. And I don't think it's a big deal.
No, I looked at the website, somebody else sent me theirs.
Because I wasn't sure if your comment about how to do it had to do with the sunshine law issue, or whether it had to do with how do you actually submit the abstract.
I think you just have to create an agreement. Like, if everyone's names on, it's fine. But if you're having other members, if you're like, you know what, Barb, go for it, write it, go present. Thumbs up. Are you going to work as a group to draft the abstract and co-present? That's where the sunshine comes in.
Right? Work on the presentation.
And I think it should not be one person.
Correct. So if you guys can dig into can we do it and how we could do it.
Yeah, and I'll double check, because I have a feeling that it's not sunshine, simply because the work in the sunshine would have to be towards the statutory obligations of making response recommendations, these kinds of very business-like things. This is more like communicating and sharing.
We'll check into it.
But yeah, let me call legal. Okay, we have a sunshine expert. Okay.
I think that done.
It sounds like a great idea. All these unintended consequences.
Yep.
Any other comments? All right, well, let's go ahead and adjourn for today. And just want to say thank you to Jessica for joining us virtually. Huge thanks to Megan. A lot of thought went into making sure the different components of what we worked through today went smoothly. A lot of training with our various staff that were involved. Huge thanks, Megan.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, Megan and Sarah.
To Jessica for all her help.
Thank you to Sarah for lunch.
Lots of thanks. All of you too for coming in person, except for you, Rhonda. We missed you.
Miss you guys too. Sorry.
We'll look forward to getting together in the next 4 months. Hopefully too.
In person.
In person.
Yeah.
Right when the weather gets really good.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Safe travels, everybody.
Fairness, Jessica, the stream may end.